All right, Sorry, you can share the video when you're able to. You can share the video from Brother Shemaiah. Let's definitely take notes, family. Let's definitely take notes, family. Call me, inshallah.
Slocky. All right, here it is.
Shalom, Shemaiah. Gone. When you get a chance, just to start the lesson, I'll probably go through a quick 10 questions, quiz questions, real quick. Nothing too heavy, just some light stuff. And then probably in the next couple of weeks, if not Thursday, or by next week, I'm gonna go through some of the lessons, like the one the Elder Macabre did, the one Ariyah did, uh, even the last one with King James, the one of Karatas I did. I'll probably go through like 4 or 5 lessons and get a couple questions about those particular lessons, and start off class with like a little 15 minute Q&A session, sharpen everybody's sword. As well, Captain Ariyah wanted to start off like that so we can make sure everybody's taking good notes and paying attention to the classes and things like that. But just for today, like I said, just probably started off with 5, 10 quick quiz questions. So I'll share my screen for that.
Are you teaching today?
No.
Just one step. I don't know if we'd have the time for the questions, King.
Okay, Con.
Let's see. Let's see how many people are on already.
Not a lot, only about 6 or 7, 6.
So you wanna start doing it now?
Cap, you there? You on, Cap? Yeah, I guess so. With just a few people that's on, and anybody that jumps on could jump in real quick. Um, but next week by Tuesday, I'm gonna go back and watch some of the videos so we can actually get some questions about the lessons that the elders and everybody is teaching.
Well,
but yeah, we can start something up real quick. Just go through a few questions. I'm not sure. I don't think the teacher is on yet.
I'm teaching tonight, King.
Oh, you teaching tonight? Oh, right. I forgot. Cap did tell me that. All right, so if you want to just start the lesson, then that's fine. Because I forgot Cap said you was teaching.
Yeah, he got me against the brick wall.
God. Yeah, it's not that much people on now anyway, so I'll leave it up to you. Whatever works best. Because I know I want you to be able to get through your full lesson without feeling rushed. I could even take some while you're doing the lesson. I could write down a good 3 questions, something like that, and go over that at the end of class. So we can do it. We can do it however. whatever works.
If you do that, right, I would want you to make the questions be based on the things that are going to come out tonight.
Correct.
Right? So the topic is going to be pretty much about how our people get assimilated, or colonized, or, integrated into other societies, or whatever the case is, something along those lines. You could ask questions based on like that topic. Through all of the captivities, of course, we've gone through so many levels of assimilation. So yeah, it could be like on those things. Is Cap there? I don't think Aria is ready yet either. So, you want a few minutes to like put some questions together based on that? Or we do an intermission and then you on.
We can wait till the end. I'll do it at the end of the lesson, or even if in the middle of I'll leave it up to you. And then at the end, I'll have, like I said, maybe 3 questions on what you brought out.
Okay, cool. So Cap is going to be the reader, I believe, tonight. So if he is still tied up, we're just going to, let's wait a little bit. I could share. Let me see if I can have it. Some videos. Yeah, I got the stream going already, so that's a good thing here. Yeah, I got the stream going, and I need to get the recording going. So how's everybody else doing, by the way? Hope everyone is well. I know how my man y'all stopped doing. That's good.
Oh, great.
Newly married man.
God,
all praises, King. I don't know how you have the time, brother. You're all over the place. You're in New York, you're in North Carolina.
All praise to the Most High.
I'll start calling you Superman.
God is great in his faithfulness, brother. That's the only way.
And you ain't even doing it with much sleep, based on you being in camp the other last Sabbath.
Oh,
how
yeah.
You made out the following day, man.
That last camp, I was it was all right though. I woke up. I had to get up early so I can go get the other kids, but I ended up waking up. All praise to the Most High, and got a chance to have a good day with them. We went out to Jones Beach. They got like a obstacle course for kids at Jones Beach, and like zip lines you could ride. So we got on the zip line. My daughter got on it. My son, he was like, "Nah, I'm not having that. That's too much for me."
Oh, wow.
And then we just did the obstacle course for kids, and then just chilled out on the beach for the day. And then that was it. I got to go back out. I'll be back up there, Most High willing. What is it, like the second week of August? I think the 11th and the 10th. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to make the barbecue. I know Priest Bach was talking about the barbecue.
Oh, I'm not sure. You gotta make the barbecue, man.
I might be in North Carolina because I think that weekend is Shoney's baby shower in North Carolina. Oh. So, you know what I'm saying? I might end up going down there. So if I'm not in North Carolina, then I'm gonna try and make it up to New York. So either one. But the week before that, I'll be out, most high willing, I'll be out at camp on Saturday night again. Go out and fellowship. See if I can get up there Friday, but I doubt it usually. Like last time when I got up there Friday, it was already, the camp was almost over. Joshua had told me everybody was still there at 34th. You was there too. You was at 34th that weekend last week.
Yeah.
And I was up there, but there was a lot of brothers out there. But by the time I got,
that was a good camp. That was a really good camp. Surprise, big camp.
right. All praise now. All praise to the Most High.
Yeah, a lot of brothers
came out. That was good. But if I can't make it Friday, then I definitely will be there Saturday. Because if I, after that long drive on the road, and then I got to wake up super early to drive back out to the island. So, like I said, I'll see how the rest is going for that. But no matter what, Most High willing, I'll be there on Saturday for Saturday camp.
Okay, let me hit record. Get this class going. Can everybody hear me well? I actually got my mic far from me. So that's really good. My mic is picking up really well. All crazy. So a whole lot of things have been going on in our nation and in our personal lives, and so many different attacks is coming from the enemy, and we kind of really just gotta be prepared somehow, some way, somehow. Just gotta try to be prepared as best as we can, because you never know what's gonna come at you, man. Last class, last Thursday, I was able to get the class going and get the recording going because I did it off my phone for the brother from the UK who did the class on, King James. It was a really powerful lesson. A lot of powerful information that I never knew about came out in that lesson. That night, the enemy attacked my house. My electrical panel started sparking. And, you could hear the power surges. I was like,
Shamaiyah. Everybody keep your phone on mute. Phone on mute.
oh my God. So I had to pull the power to a few of the breakers in my panel. I think what was happening is that the electrical breakers weren't seated properly. Somehow they became loose, and it started melting the electrical panel, and it started melting the breakers, and my house literally could have caught on fire. But the class still went on, and all praises to the Most High. But we weren't able to stream that class, but we got the video recorded, and I think Aria has now put it up on the channel. Tonight, Brother Aishia was supposed to be reading for me, and a water pipe busted in his place. So, water damage and fire damage are the worst damages you can, some of the worst damages you can get to your house. So we're gonna, keep that brother in prayer that, that water issue doesn't destroy a lot of things or anything in his house, that he's able to, manage that properly. So he's not going to be the reader tonight. And we decided for the group that we have, HOI group, which is literally only brothers really on the group. HOI nationwide. We started building a list of brothers' names so that brothers can start praying for each other and each other's families. Which in these days, man, I think we all need to have somebody praying for us. And so that's what we're doing. And, you know, it would be a good thing for the sisters to do the same thing. You know, get a list of all of the sisters, have each sister's phone number, and start praying for each other. You know, you don't have to tell nobody you prayed for them. Hey, sister, I prayed for you yesterday. The Lord was just telling me I should pray for you. Nah, just pray, and, you know, you don't have to share it. You know, just do it. And don't just pray for one person on the list. Just grab names, grab families, and lift them up in prayer, man. Because in these last days, we see a lot of the craziness going on, and we need to definitely keep each other in prayer. Khan? You know, I thought I would get a con on that. But definitely, let's keep each other in prayer. So, without further ado, let's get into the class. The topic of the class is assimilation of our people, of our nation. There was a whole lot of things that I wanted to get into in terms of talking about how we get assimilated into other nations. But we're just going to keep it a little simple tonight. Some of the topics that we're going to talk about, I made a list and I kept it short, or kind of short, and we're going to go through those things on the list. I'm going to share the screen, or I'll just read the list out, right? So, 20 things that a nation that comes in to colonize another nation, these are 20 of the things that they will always do. When a powerful nation or a nation with a powerful army comes in and conquers or colonizes, there's a little playbook, I guess you could call it, of things that they will do to the nation they conquered, right? In some cases, they don't want to, colonize you. Sometimes they just want to genocide you. And we see that in many cases for our people. When Christopher Columbus came in, our people, were literally almost genocide. I mean, millions of our people were slaughtered in many gruesome ways. Christopher Columbus would, you know what? Let me share this video in reference to things that Christopher Columbus did and was doing. But he was, of course, everybody know about Christopher Columbus. But he was definitely a murdering maniac. Where are you? Where's the video? And I don't, Ari, are you back yet?
Yeah, Khan.
Khan, all praises. Khan, so I'm just going to share this video to start off to see some of the things, the wicked things that colonizers do. to people they conquered. Let me get that video up and share it. Screen number 4. Everybody can see my screen?
I see a mayonnaise of a man. Look like Dexter with glasses. I don't know if that's the correct screen, but
An old serial killer, right?
right. With no milk. Spoiled milk, but no milk.
Yeah. So let's hear what this dude has to say.
Christopher Columbus, one of the great European heroes, turns up on the island of Hispaniola. He was welcomed by the native people. They embraced them. They treated them with fantastic hospitality. His soldiers snatched babies from the breasts of their mothers and dashed their heads against the rocks. Children were fed alive to his dogs. Women's breasts were cut off. He decided to hang 13 of the Native Americans in Hispaniola to recreate the crucifixion of Jesus, plus the apostles. It's true that the majority of people died there of disease. Disease is introduced by the Europeans unwittingly, but many others were driven to death through overwork, direct murder, through starvation as their resources were taken away. Columbus insisted that everybody bring him a certain amount of gold, and those who failed to do so had their hands cut off. Some were sent back to their villages with their hands and their noses tied around their necks, having been amputated by his soldiers. And what he did there set the pattern for the genocidal extermination of almost all the Native American peoples. 100 million before Columbus made landfall. By the 19th century, that had come down to less than 1 million across the Americas.
Right? So the numbers that he estimated is that there were 100 million of our people. And Christopher Columbus, by the time he was finished, right, there was under 1 million people. 100 million. And by the time he was finished, it was under 1 million people. That's how many of our people lost their lives. This bastard tried to genocide our people. Let's continue.
Overtly endorsed by such revered figures as George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, who wrote about the necessity of wiping out Native American peoples. In Britain, we present the colonial project as being about teaching the natives table manners and double-entry bookkeeping. In India, the British manufactured a famine in the 1870s. Out of nothing. There were food surpluses, massive amounts of food. But the governor, Lord Lytton, insisted that this food be exported wholesale to Britain. The ensuing starvation killed at least 12 million people, possibly as much as 29 million people. All relief works were banned except for hard labor in labor camps, where the inmates received the same rations as the inmates of Buchenwald, and where there was a 94% death rate per year. This was all done in the name of liberal free market capitalism. Of course, the British did something similar in Ireland. In Kenya, soon after the Second World War, there was an uprising by the Kikuyu people who wanted their land back. The Kikuyu were herded into concentration camps and fortified villages, almost the entire population of over 1 million people. People were systematically tortured to death. They invented a new kind of pliers whose purpose was first to crush men's testicles and then to cut them off. They raped women with bayonets. They raped men. Similarly, a favorite technique was to ram sand up the rectum with a stick. Sometimes they were rolled up in barbed wire and kicked around the compound until they bled to death. Some of the British soldiers boasted about this. This is within living memory. The colonial secretary lied about it. The papers documenting it were burnt. The impact of the rich and powerful nations has been so phenomenally murderous and destructive that it has been completely airbrushed from our national consciousness. In order to justify the land-grabbing colonial projects, you had to create an ideology. We, the Europeans or the Americans, have come to rescue the rest of the world from its depravity and backwardness. But in order to do that, you have to be able to demonstrate that the rest of the world is depraved and backward. From this arose the racism that is still with us today. It was a necessary component of the colonial project. Some people might claim, well, okay, we broke a few eggs to make this omelette. It's as if all those human beings were eggs. But look at the omelette. Isn't it fantastic? Look, we made this fantastic omelette. Forget about all that unpleasant stuff and let's just celebrate where we are. Where we are is a continuation of the project. We commodified people's land and people's labor and turned it into our property. We're also destroying the rest of the living world alongside it. We don't have to be like this. We are the same human beings as anybody else. We're all part of the same big human family. We just have to recognize that, accept that. And of course, within Western countries, there are plenty of brilliant people resisting colonization, both internal colonization within our own countries and external colonization of other people's countries. These are the voices which must come to the fore, those who emphasize altruism and kindness and generosity and empathy for others, those who recognize that skin color and any other difference of language, of religion, of background is completely irrelevant by comparison to what we share, which is our humanity.
So that, in a nutshell, is some of the many atrocities that were done by Christopher Columbus and many nations that colonized other nations. So I was saying there are a list of things that from a playbook that are done in terms of what has to be done or should be done or must be done to successfully colonize or assimilate a group of people that you conquer. So I have a list of 20 things, and we're just going to deal with those 20 things tonight. One of the first things is language imposition, right? Language imposition means that you enforce the use of the conqueror's language in schools, government, and in daily life, right? So instead of, I was going to read out the 20 things, but we're going to just go down the list one by one and start bringing out some scriptures to kind of show that in terms of how language imposition is done. Let's get Daniel 1 and 4.
You said Daniel 4?
Shalak, can you hear me?
Khan.
Yeah. Let's start. Let's start from Daniel 1 and 1.
Okay, Khan. This is the book of Daniel, chapter 1 and verse 1. When everyone have it, say Khan.
Khan.
The book of Daniel, chapter 1 and verse 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of Joachim, king of Judah, came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem and besieged it.
Right? So this we see Jerusalem getting besieged by a nation that the Most High allow to conquer Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar was the big dog in charge here. Go ahead.
God. And the Lord gave Joachim, king of Judah, into his hand with part of the vessels of the house of God, which he carried into the land of Shinar to the house of his God. And he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God.
Right? So, of course, this is also one of the things that happens when a nation conquers another nation. They take all of the precious things from the nation they conquer. But right now we're focusing on language imposition. Go ahead, King.
Verse 3. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed, and of the princes.
Right? So they picked the best of the best of the nation they conquered. Selected, handpicked. Go ahead.
Children in whom was no blemish, but well favored, and skillful in all wisdom, and cunning in knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, in whom they might teach the learning in the tongue of the Chaldeans.
And that's really where one of the ways the language imposition happens, right? One of the things they do is you get stripped of your language, right? So you spoke one language. When you get conquered, you now have to learn the tongue or the language of the conqueror, right? And we see that here with Nebuchadnezzar conquering Jerusalem and picking the best of the best of our people who were skillful, right, in wisdom and cunning and knowledge and understanding and science and, had great ability. And pick those people to now teach them the language of the conqueror, right? So they pick the smartest among us, the best among us, to learn the language of the conqueror, right? Do we see that? Can anybody show an example of that in let's say what we would call modern days? So give an example of that. Go ahead.
You're talking about like pertaining to the language and assimilating culture?
Yeah.
Look at these sports stars, these celebrities. The best of the best, physical wise, look at LeBron James. Right? The talent that he got, the effect that he has towards the culture. They said on the basketball court, he's a genius. Like he has photographic memory. So that's why he's able to remember everybody's position and plays and everything. From the shooting guard, point guard, center, small forward. He's literally able to memorize everybody's position and the plays and all of that stuff. Right? Speed, physical athleticism, able to jump high as hell. I think like 50-inch vertical or something. Knowledgeable. So many different ones. You have also one of the actors. Everybody knows as well. Everybody make a joke about him, but he's very smart as well. Terrence Howard. Right? He started tapping into stuff about physiology, biology, scientific conversations, and he's blowing away the minds of all these Edomites. Like they're looking at him and they're like, what the hell? Like this dude is supposed to be a specific actor, just an actor. And now he's tapping into science. He's tapping into their language. Right?
Okay. Khan. So definitely we see that modern day example of that same thing that happened all the way back even from Nebuchadnezzar, and we see it happening today like the brother brought out the example, right? So let's kind of understand why they do that and why they pick the best of the best, right? To teach or do that with. Let's get another video here. Just 1 second. I'm sorry. Where is the video? Okay, so the video is not a full screen size video, but we're still gonna try to, watch it. Unfortunately, it's not a very big screen. I don't think I shared the wrong screen. Shalaki. Screen number 4. Okay, so again, the video is kind of small. Unfortunately, can't bring it any bigger than that. But here we go. This is to give an understanding of why they pick the best of the best.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Oh, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard, you liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
Oh, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has it. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Do you guys understand what was being said here?
God. That's cool,
So,
man.
So that is very cold, right? So picking the best of the best is not just by chance, because you pick the best of the best, because if you leave the best of the best, the smartest, the brightest, in with everybody else, they could possibly become a leader that will create a situation that is harmful to the conqueror, right? So a lot of times we look at, and many people are even right now, based on this election, is like, oh, it's Trump, or it's Kamala, or it's Republican, or Democrat, or it's, this against that. It's the liberals against the conservatives. But, it's like a left wing or right wing, but it's part of the same bird, right? There's a gender in place to do what they are trying to do, right? Let's grab a scripture, Deuteronomy 28:49.
God. I got it. It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 49. When everybody have it, say Khan. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 49. Khan. Yahweh shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
Right. So again, this is all about language and position, right? So the nation that conquered, right, when Christopher Columbus so-called discovered North America, right? Did they understand his language? No. Right? When Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem, did they understand his language? No. And this is again going into a lot of the reasons why we got conquered, right? It was because the Most High prophesied that these are the things that was going to happen, right? And these nations, because they are conquerors, they have a playbook on how things are done when they conquer a nation. One of the first things that is done is the nation loses its identity, right? The scripture says that we will discontinue. Can you bring that out, King? Right, that we will discontinue from our heritage. Go ahead.
This is Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 5. And everyone have it. Say Khan. Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 5. Slakia, 17 and verse 4. Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 4. It says, and thou even thyself shall discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever.
Right, so being discontinued from your heritage, could someone just give me a couple of the things that happens that you have in your heritage? List a few things that, comes with having a heritage. Just say Shalakia and to bring it out. What are some of the things that are part of your heritage?
Salakia,
Go ahead.
dedication to Yahweh.
Okay, dedication to your God. Okay.
Salakia, your dress code.
The way you dress. Okay. Khan, go ahead.
Salakia. The laws are our heritage.
Khan. Go ahead. What else?
Salakia, the food you eat.
The foods you eat. Go ahead.
Your language.
Your language, very important. Right? Khan, go ahead. Anything else?
Salakia, it's
Salakia, just your nationality in general, knowing who you are.
Knowing who you are. Right? When you ask that question, that's a powerful one as well. When you ask that question today at Camp King, what do you get? What answers do you get?
Salakia.
Go ahead.
I'm black. I'm a Negro, nigga, a color.
Mm-hmm.
Salakia, African America.
Mm-hmm.
2 continents.
So let's look at a video that that kind of talks about some of the things that happen again when you get discontinued from your heritage. Right? I'm going to share my screen again.
This is America's most secure military prison, a place used to hold prisoners of war. But the 19 men sent here are not soldiers. They are fathers, 19 Hopi men from Arizona, whose crime is refusing to send their children to a federally mandated boarding school 40 miles from their homes.
So this I have several videos like this, but this one again is going into Alcatraz. Everybody know that prison Alcatraz. I've probably heard about it. They weren't sending prisoners of war here. Well, technically you could say they did, but the people that they actually sent were 19 men of Gad, Native Americans. And the reason that they sent them to Alcatraz is because these men did not want to give up their children to the enemy, right? So they were sent to Alcatraz and their children were taken anyway. Let's continue.
Boarding schools that are intended to strip Native American children of their culture, their religion, and sever contact with their families.
Right? So the schools is set up based on many other things that we're going to talk about, right? One of the first things they did when they took the Native American kids from their families, right? And they took them as young as babies, right? They didn't really take people that was very old, right? To be in, go into these types of facilities because they understood train up a child in the way that he should go, right? So if you take an adult is already set in their ways. They know who they are for the most part. But a child you could mold. A baby you could mold even better because you would be teaching them everything that they would ever know or understand. So one of the first things they would do when they took the Native American kids is cut their hair, right? They would shave their hair off to make them look like themselves, right? They would take their Native American garments away from them and dress them like themselves. The Native Americans were never allowed in these schools to speak their native language. So of course they took their language from them and they were only allowed to speak English, right? If they had, let's say, 2 or more Native American child from the same village, they would separate them because they didn't want the chance of them communicating secretly in their own language because they wanted to, right? This experiment was done by an American general, and his philosophy behind doing these boarding schools, right? His philosophy behind this was what they call kill the Indian and save the man, right? So the idea of the conqueror was to kill any and all relationship with anything that they would remember based on their heritage, who they are, their language, their food, their hairstyle, their clothing, right? Their religion, right? Everything was supposed to be stripped away from them. And that was the purpose of this whole project. Let's continue.
Schools notorious for abuses of every type, whose on-site cemeteries contain hundreds of graves, and schools that, in the words of Richard Henry Pratt, who created the model, would kill the Indian to save the man. This episode is brought to you by the Child and Teen Checkups Program of Minnesota. We know there can be a lot of barriers that keep you and your family from getting into a clinic, but they're here to help. Plus, children from birth to age 21 may even qualify for free checkups. Learn more at u21checkups.com. When Child and Teen Checkups programs asked us to do an episode on this topic, we knew it was an important and necessary thing to talk about. But while that's true, please also be advised that this episode discusses very dark topics, including genocide, racism, trauma, and the abuse of young children. The history of Native American boarding schools can, in some ways, be traced back to before the United States was even founded, with Puritan schools and Catholic missions taking in Native children with the goal of converting them. However, the modern history begins in 1879 with Richard Henry Pratt. Pratt?
Right. So the way it started was with these missionaries or these religious organizations would take the Native American children and, of course, strip them from their language and also strip them from their religion and try to convert them into being quote unquote Christians or Catholic, right? That was the purpose. And it wasn't as successful, right? So this General Pratt decided to try his own way of doing it. And they started setting up, literally hundreds of boarding schools because they realized, hey, this thing works. If we grab the kids from a young age, we can literally strip them of everything that they know, right? And taking kids from a young age, right, is important in stripping their culture, because culturally, a woman is the first educator in a child's life, right? That's the first place they learn their culture, who they are, and things like that, right? It comes from the mother, right? And if you don't grow up with somebody who is going to teach you who you are, you become empty in terms of understanding who you really are, right? So this was one of the plans of these people. I'll continue the video.
That was, during his time, considered a humanitarian, a titan of the progressive era. A staunch abolitionist, he'd served in the Union Army during the Civil War, later commanding a unit of Buffalo Soldiers. But it was during the Indian Wars, where he was put in charge of processing prisoners of war and ultimately running a prison for them in Florida, where he gained his notoriety. Because at the prison, he set up programs on the English language, craftsmanship, and art that began attracting attention from the heads of the U.S. education system. You see, ever since...
Now, one of the things he just mentioned there also is art. They weren't even allowed to create art from their culture, right? Again, the plan or the motto of this thing was kill the Indians, save the man, right? So they weren't even allowed to create what you would call Native American art. I'll continue.
Since the Civilization Fund Act of 1819, the U.S. government had allocated money to church-run religious schools, aiming to Christianize and civilize Native American youth. But by the 1870s, these schools were considered outdated, and there was an appetite for new approaches. On the strength of his prison program, Pratt won support for opening an experimental school, one that would be different from the day schools churches largely ran. A school managed by the U.S. government aimed at assimilation that would be off the reservation and provide year-long accommodation so that the civilizing would not be undone by the students' contact with their families at night and in the summer.
EVE Online is a...
Now, Pratt's contact with Native Americans had convinced him that there was no such thing as racial superiority. He believed people were blank slates, and that given the right education and equal opportunities, a Native American child could rise just as high and achieve just as much as a white child in America. Indeed, while he decried the government's removal policies and brutal massacres, he thought the worst thing the U.S. government had done to tribes was to keep them on reservations and give them food aid because it kept them from being assimilated into American culture. And though I'm sure you've picked up on this by now, while Pratt didn't believe in racial superiority, he most certainly believed in cultural superiority. He thought that Christian Euro-American culture was inherently better and that native ways of life were savage. For Native Americans to survive, he argued, they had to become integrated and leave behind everything that identified them as native. And this is what he meant by kill the Indian and save the man. Now, today, of course, we can see that this is just a different type of very harmful racism, but in an era where others claimed Native Americans were literally subhuman and should be exterminated, the government considered Pratt's ideas enlightened. Given clearance to recruit students for his experimental school, Pratt made a trip to the Great Plains, convincing the chiefs recently defeated in the Indian Wars to send their children, though others were students who chose to follow him from the prison. Privately, the government informed Pratt that these students were effectively hostages, and that the government thought the leaders would behave better if the military had custody of their children.
Yeah, you guys, you guys hear that? The kids literally were hostages, right? Remember in Maccabees where they told Jonathan's brothers, send Jonathan's kids because he owed us money. And the purpose was to hold the kids so that Jonathan would behave. And this is one of the things that the conquering nations do. they would take the children of the conquered because it would keep them in line, right? If I got your kids, you're not going to try to uprise against me, because if you come against me, the first people who's going to lose their head is your children, right? So this is literally what Pratt was also trying to do, is to keep the adult of the population in line, because we got your children.
And that military aspect is important, because not only did Pratt pioneer his ideas at a military prison, but this new Carlisle Indian Industrial School was housed at a former military base in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and Pratt, as the school's head, remained a military officer. That first class consisted of 147 students from the Lakota, Cheyenne, Pawnee, Apache, and Kiowa nations, sent hundreds of miles from their families in Indian Territory. Though mostly teenagers, some were in their early 20s, while the youngest was 6. And when they arrived, the first thing Pratt did was remove all cultural signifiers. He cut their hair, a thing many tribes only did when in mourning, and dressed them in starched school uniforms, painful leather shoes, and abrasive flannel underwear. They ate white food, which they found hard to digest. And then Pratt told the students to pick an English name, like Humphrey, Samson, Clement, or Beatrice, or have one picked for them. One student, Luther Standing Bear, wrote that because he spoke no English, he picked his name by randomly pointing at a list. The school was total immersion English, and the students who excelled or already spoke some of the language were rewarded by promotions in the school's militaristic rank structure of squads and companies. Native American language was not allowed, and students of the same tribe were forbidden from dorming together. Punishments were harsh. Then during the summer, rather than going home to see their families, roughly half the students participated in an outing program that placed them in low-wage internships at farms, businesses, or as domestic servants living with white families.
Well, so their summer program was literally being slaves to white families. Go ahead.
And as a result, they often went years without going home. But even absent the cultural denigration, this kind of long-term separation can cause trauma. And Carlisle graduates were known to come home to the reservation as virtual strangers to their own families and communities, having lost their language and culture. If that is, they came home at all.
Right? So if by chance, after going through this military environment of wiping your heritage and your culture from you, if by chance you were able to go back to your family became total strangers to you. You couldn't communicate with them because you didn't know any lick of your language, right? Which is one of the most important things in your culture, to be able to communicate in your language, singing songs in your language, and all of these different ways. But if you know nothing of that, you're literally coming home to people who are, in other words, foreign to you.
Life at Carlisle meant contact with unfamiliar illnesses, and hundreds of students died. While
hundreds of students died. There were cemeteries at every one of the boarding schools, right? The students got raped, got tortured, abused in so many different ways. They would take a child who, let's say, was, not following their orders and put them in solitary confinement. Solitary confinement is something that breaks grown men, right? When you put people in solitary confinement, even grown men in prison almost lose their mind by being locked away. So what would that do to a child?
most had their bodies sent home to their families. Over 180 of them, mostly tuberculosis victims, were buried on site. Yet Carlisle's impact went beyond what merely happened on the grounds, because Carlisle was not just a school, it was a model school. And its reputed success, driven by before and after photos Pratt took, spawned hundreds of similar institutions. Around 350 off-reservation boarding schools following the Carlisle model would open across the United States in the 1880s, including around 100 directly run by the federal government. Others were run by religious organizations like the Catholic Church and Protestant denominations, and around 139 residential schools opened in Canada. At many of these institutions, the already harmful policies from Carlisle became even worse. Summer outing programs became mandatory. Students worked year-round in heavy industrial jobs, hired out to make money for the schools in violation of child labor laws, and at least one Canadian school gave children numbers rather than names. For speaking their own language or trying to run away, students as young as kindergarten were subjected to punishments identical to torture methods used on prisoners of war in Vietnam. Survivors reported being beaten, locked in dark closets, having their heads held underwater.
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the things.
Or being forced to kneel on a broomstick for days.
Someone said something?
No, I was just saying, damn, Rock.
Yeah, Con.
Students were denied food and medical treatment, and epidemics raged through the overcrowded dormitories, made worse by malnourishment. At one school in Canada, survivors even recall 10 and 11-year-olds forced to dig the graves for classmates. Most victims were buried on site, partially to ensure the funerary tradition stayed Christian, and notice was not always sent to families. And finally, the schools were rife with reports of sexual abuse by teachers, clergy, and other students. And attendance at these schools was compulsory. Government agents and police would come to reservations and round children up, threatening to cancel food aid if they were not given over. Parents.
So kids were literally taken from their parents by gunpoint, right? And the whole village would be threatened. If you don't give us your children, we're going to cut off the food that we're supplying to you on the reservation. And everybody's going to die. So it's either you all die or you give us your children.
Could not visit. Prominent Ho-Chunk artist Angel Decorah was literally kidnapped from her home in Nebraska when a man offered her and 6 other children a ride on a train, taking them to a school in Virginia. When she returned 3 years later, her father was dead. Only in 1978 did Native American activists win the right for parents to refuse to send their children to off-reservation schools, and the system continued in Canada until the 1980s. The abuses carried out at these institutions spawned intergenerational cycles of trauma that's...
This thing continued until the 1980s. Anybody remember the 80s?
still resonate and continue to this day. Though at the very least, nations are beginning to face up to what has occurred. Between 2008 and 2015, Canada held a Truth and Reconciliation Commission on boarding schools. And last year, the U.S. Secretary of the Interior formally began investigating their lasting consequences. Both countries continue to search for and identify graves, and several lawsuits are in progress. And this is absolutely an ongoing story and far larger than we can tell you here. So with that in mind, we have provided some links below which include some stories from survivors and urge you to read them for yourselves. Because accepting the truth of these horrible institutions is not only the first step to healing, but will also help ensure that we never let this happen again.
With Esau, we can't be sure about that. So it's still happening in other ways, even till today. Right? So we're understanding in a part being discontinued from your heritage, what it means. Right? Let's get Nehemiah 13, 24, 25.
It's the book of Nehemiah. You said 13:25?
13, verse 24 and 25.
Okay, cool. It's the book of Nehemiah, chapter 13, and verse 24. And everybody have it, say, Tom? Nehemiah chapter 13 and verse 24. And their children, I'll start at 23. In those days also I saw Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. And their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of each people. And I contended with them, and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair, and made them swear by God, saying, Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves.
Do you understand why Nehemiah was so violent against the people who were doing what they were doing? So people just think, Nehemiah was gangster, yo. No, he understood the implications of being discontinued from your heritage, right? And this is why the Most High God says, do not have marriages with them, right? This is the reason why Solomon fell, right? Because once you start doing against what God says, you're putting the generation, you're putting people in a position of really just being so watered down that they don't know who they are anymore. Khan? So the first thing we talked about again was language imposition, or being discontinued from your language, which is one of the tactics that is used when a people is colonized or conquered, right? And go into being assimilated. So we see that in a few of the videos already. And there's a whole lot more scripture we can go into in terms of the language, right? But we're going to jump to number 2 on the list of tactics that are used against a people by a conquering nation, right? Which is cultural suppression, right? Cultural suppression. What do you think cultural suppression is?
Salakia, can you hear me?
Slakia.
Go ahead.
When they stop you from, applying and living your culture, living your lifestyle, living your heritage, living your customs, keeping your holidays, keeping your culture in general, just in totality. I got some precepts in mind, but I'm gonna let you. You got it right.
So cultural suppression is exactly that. You suppress or outlaw the traditions, customs, festivals of the assimilated or colonized people. So anything culturally that people would normally do, it's now against the law, right? So that's one of the things or tactics that is done by a nation that conquers another nation, right? Cultural suppression, right? Let's grab Exodus 1 and 11.
Okay, come on. I got it. It's the book of Exodus chapter 1 and verse 11. When everyone have it, say Khan. Exodus chapter 1 and verse 11. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses.
Right? So they were culturally suppressed, right? They put them under bondage, under labor, under hardship, so that they can, and this was them dealing cunningly against our people, right? There was actually a video I wanted to play um, to go into when we were dealing with the right versus the left. I'm not gonna worry about it now. It is what it is. But you know what? Let me play it. We're kind of stepping back a little bit, but let me play this video. Shalaki. I forgot to play that video before the Native American video.
You know that. Man cannot have a white man as a friend. He may have a white man who's friendly, but being friendly and being a friend, I think, are two different things. I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb. And usually the fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate. The wolf doesn't act friendly, and therefore the wolf has more difficulty in getting the lamb chop in his plate. I'd like to point out that I say that because it is usually if you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro, who actually differs from the white conservative in the same way that the fox differs from the wolf.
Right? So this video kind of lines up with the other video we watched where the conservative was talking to the liberal and saying, hey, why are you letting the smart people move up and things like that? And he's kind of going into that same principle. But they're part of the same bird, like I said, the left wing, right wing.
Their appetite is the same. Their motives are the same. It's only their mannerisms and methods that differ. So a black man cannot have a white man as a friend.
So, of course, this brother here is, of course, going against what he is saying. And he's saying, no. You know, a black man, he's saying, oh, well, a black man can't have a friend with a white man, you know, which is one of the things that many of our people believe. No, there's a lot of friendly white people, man. They're not all the same, you know. And he kind of broke down exactly that. Being friendly and being a friend is not the same thing, right? A lot of the nations that the British conquered, right? They were brutal to these places, but we know the British culture is very friendly, it's very polite. You know, cheerio, you know, it's a very friendly way in which they speak, but they are racist as hell, right? They are wicked, just like the North American Edomite, right? If we let me see if the sister is on the class tonight, who is from Britain. Where's the thing? You know, Yiska is from UK. Yiska, are there racism in UK? If she's available to come off mic. Maybe she's not available. But if she was, she would tell you, yeah, no, they're racist over there too, right? But they're very friendly or very polite, and a lot of times our people get mixed up with what that means, right?
Yeah, Salakia.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, I was told from the rip, UK, they're highly advanced in their racism. What I mean by that, they're highly advanced in their racism. They set is a cultural racism with a lot of undertone. But they do it so smooth. is already built into the system. And remember, Europe, they already had a head start before America. Everything America gets is basically from Europe, even if holidays. They learned it from Europe and then they put their little spin onto it. So as Europe is the mother, America is the daughter. Europe, UK in general, they're more advanced in their racism. They know how to blend it in, how to make it just like an everyday thing. They know how to insult you and make you feel like they just talking about you. That's it. And it's just something regular. They know how to curse at you with so-called proper words.
Right?
Yeah.
They'll curse you while you're drinking their tea and crumpet.
Right.
Right? And you would think, oh, no, they're friendly.
Yeah, you know what the hell? And the way they say it too. They say it, it's like they're insulting your intelligence. And they'll say it in a way, it's like, they're like, yeah. No, you just a bum, you maybe just a bum. They're calling you a bum, but the way they say it, you think it's polite. But they're actually insulting you. Compared to America, we just straight up with it. They'll just tell you exactly how they feel.
Just call you a nigger straight out. They'll never call you a nigger. Right. They'll never call you a nigger in the UK.
Right.
But it means the same thing based on what they're saying.
Exactly.
But they'll never be impolite to just call you out and say, you nigger. Right. So a lot of times people get confused based on that, because somebody is not saying nigger to your face and they're being friendly. Our people believe that they are our friend. When the scripture tells you never trust your enemy, they are not our friend, right? They are our enemy. Son? Let's grab Daniel 3:4-6.
Yeah, God. It's the book of Daniel's. You said Daniel's chapter 3?
Yeah, God.
Okay. It's the book of Daniel's chapter 3 and verse 4. Then the herald cried aloud, to you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time you hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, sophistry, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king hath set up. Right. And whoso falleth,
yeah, go ahead.
And whoso falleth not down and worshipeth, shall the same hour be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace.
So there you go. There is now an incentive to culturally suppress you. The incentive is your life. If you want to keep your life, right? Yeah, you're culturally, you're not supposed to bow down and worship idols, right? That's what your God told you. But right now you're in my kingdom. I'm in charge. And if you want to keep your life, this is the incentive. When you hear this music, you better bow down and worship or forfeit your life. So this is one of the things or the tactics of other nations, right? They have a military power behind them. So many times when culturally you're being suppressed, it's not just based on a systematic suppression. It's based also on a military backing for them to enforce, or policing for them to enforce what they're saying that you must do. Right? So we see that here in the situation for Nebuchadnezzar, that, listen, when you hear this music, you better bow down and worship. Right? Let's grab 1 Maccabees 1:41-43.
God. This is First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 41. First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 41. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agreed according to the commandments of the king.
Lucky king, right? So he's telling you, you gotta leave your lords, right? You gotta leave your culture. Everybody's gonna come together and hold hands and be one people. We ain't gonna have, you following this type of culture and you following this other person doing this. We're all gonna be one. We're gonna merge it, right? We're gonna mix that wicked culture with what you're doing, or literally just get rid of your culture and we're gonna be one people. Go ahead.
Verse 43. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and profaned the Sabbath.
Wow. So because people were scared for their life, they're like, you know what? Let's use wisdom. Wisdom should just dictate that we just drop the laws like they say, right? And let's just start sacrificing to idols. Let's take up their religion. Let's pick up their culture, right? A lot of our people do what they do because they are scared for their life. But being scared for your life doesn't mean you turn your back on what God says. Right? Many people would look at that and be like, yeah, they use wisdom. At least they still alive. Yeah, they sacrificing to idols, but they live to see another day. It's better to be a living dog than a dead lion. And they use phrases like that to make you do things against God. Right? Let's go to 1 Kings 11, 1 and 2. This is about you being or suppressing what you know or your culture. Your culture is being suppressed. And in many cases, you're not really fighting that hard to just do something from another culture. Go ahead.
Con. This is 1 Kings chapter 11 and verse 1. Whenever I have to say Con, 1 Kings chapter 11 and verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, woman of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nation concerning which Yahweh said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you.
What?
For sure.
Salaki King.
Go ahead, King.
Solomon, the wisest man who ever lived, knew what God says about these strange women. He could have figured out another way to get what he wanted. But as it started in the beginning, right? It told you that Solomon loved these strange women. Solomon gave his heart not to the daughters of Zion, but he gave his heart to strange women. Moab cooking rat, dog, whatever else Moab cooked, right? Ammon, they eat some crazy stuff too, right? The Edomites, you don't want to eat from Edomites, but these are the women Solomon chose to love. Women who God says, don't go into them, man, because they are going to put it in a place where you suppress your culture. right? You give up your culture, and what the Most High say, don't do, you end up wanting to do. Let's jump to Second Maccabees 6 to 12, King.
You said Second Maccabees, chapter 6, verse what?
Starting from 6.
6 and 6, right?
Yeah, Khan.
All right, Khan. It's the book of Second Maccabees, chapter 6 and verse 6. Now, I'm going to have it say Khan. Second Maccabees, chapter 6 and verse 6.
Khan.
Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days, or ancient feasts, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew.
So they made it against the law to do anything that pertained to your culture. This is cultural suppression. Right? Read that one more time, King.
Second Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 6. Neither was it lawful for a man.
Lawful? So
for
it was against the law. It was against the law for them to do anything that pertained to their culture. Go ahead, King, read it again.
Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient feast, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew.
You couldn't even call yourself a Jew. You couldn't even say, man, I'm one of the Most High's children. Go ahead, continue reading, King.
And in the day of the king's birth, every month, they were brought by bitter constraint to eat of the sacrifices. And when the feast of Bacchus was kept, the Jews were compelled to go in procession to Bacchus carrying ivy.
So they literally had a big float, right, as what they call a float today. And they had a statue on that float with ivy. And the Jews had to carry ivy in that procession. The Jews had to eat of the sacrifice. The Jews had to do everything that this nation told them to do. Bitter constraints. This is cultural suppression. This is what a nation does that is trying to assimilate you, that has colonized you, that has conquered you. You can't even say who you are. You have to call yourself something else. Nah, I'm Grecian. I'm Roman. I'm Hittite. I'm Ammonite. You have to call yourself something totally different. And if you didn't, you can get killed. You can lose your head. This is cultural suppression, man. There's more we could read in these verses right there, but I'm going to jump to another one on the list, right? Which is educational control, right? Education control is one of the tactics that is used by other nations when you are conquered. What do you think education control is? Anybody?
Salakia.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, when they control the education and the history books, the information that you learn, they manipulate the words, the text, They want you to learn their information. They want you to learn their history. They don't want to teach you your true history and how things really are.
Right? So education control, someone else said something?
Now I'm saying they want you to learn about their philosophy and, you know, they could whitewash and just make them seem like children of God themselves when they really the devil.
Right? So exactly that. Education control, right, is something that is implemented by the conquering nation, right? They implement educational system that teaches the culture of the dominant, right, or the conqueror, right, or the colonizer. It teaches the culture, their history, their values, and their perspective on how things should be, right? So if your culture is don't hate your brother in your heart, and their culture is, hey, if they come at you, take off their head, then that's the culture that you're going to have to take. Right? Their culture is, yeah, you can have as many gods as you want. That's the culture that you're going to have to take, because that's how now you're going to be educated. If their culture, right, if God says there is, in your culture, there is one or two genders, but now their culture and educational system says there is 30 something plus genders and it's growing, because gender is fluid, gender is how you feel, then that's the culture and that's the education that you're going to get. Right now, if a child comes to school and says, who is a boy, and says, today I want to be a girl, I feel like a girl, I'm a girl, the teachers cannot tell that child, no. The teachers can't correct that child and say, no, Tony, no, Johnny, no, Michael, you're a boy. Because that teacher, that guidance counselor, that person, whoever it is, down to the principal, could lose their job. Because you told Michael he is not a girl, and Michael says he feels like a girl. Vice versa for the girls who said they feel like a boy, or feel like an animal, feel like a cat. I want to sit in the back of the class in the puppy litter because I'm a puppy. You're going to lose your job to say, no, Susie, you're not a puppy. You're a little girl. I'm a puppy. You're going to lose your job for telling Susie she's not a puppy. So this is the educational system, for an example, of what happens when you get conquered, right? The conquering nation is going to now take whatever their belief, whatever their perspective, whatever their views, whatever their history, right? That's what it's going to be. If now they whatever they say, that's what you got to follow. That's the educational system, right? The educational system today said evolution is how this earth was created. Your child goes to school and say, no, God created the heaven and the earth. Guess what's going to happen to your child's grade? Are they going to get an A on that test? Because they said the Big Bang is bullshit. God is the one who created heaven and the earth. Man came from apes. So what's going to happen to that kid and their grade?
Like you said, all this time.
Zero on that test. Right? They're going to go to the back of the class because, Tony, you should know better. Evolution is how we came here. We were all different little viruses, little germs, and we evolved to where we are now. We evolved from monkeys, right? Our forefathers are literally monkeys. what are you talking about? God created man. That's crazy. 0. You failed because you didn't understand the assignment. Right? So you have to now learn the educational system of the conqueror. Right? You have to now assimilate to be able to grow and get to the level that you want to get to. Right? So we can go right back to Daniel. Let's grab Daniel again. Daniel chapter 1. You could start from 3, I guess.
Okay. You said verse 3?
Yeah, you can start from verse 3 or jump straight to verse 4.
This is Daniel's chapter 1 and verse 3. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel and of the king's seed and of the princes, children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom, and cunning in knowledge and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, in whom they might teach the learning in the tongue of the Chaldeans.
Right? So remember, one of the things, again, they choose the best of the best. Right? This is what they do. They pick the kids and the people who have no another video here. Noise.
You got another video?
Yeah, I got another video to share. I'm not going to play the whole video. Are you guys hearing the audio?
Únete a las familias que se están cambiando.
I'm not sure why I'm getting all of these.
The plus you've been waiting for has landed in the U.S.
Ads with different languages right now. But
this is Ben.
So let me bring this video up. And I'm using this video because this guy would be considered the best of the best, right? I'm just going to play a little bit of the video.
This is Benny, a cute but dumb-looking black boy. All his classmates get very good marks on their class tests, but his marks are highly predictable. He scores in single digits every freaking time and becomes a laughingstock for his classmates. He thinks he is the dumbest person and tells his mother that he cannot improve as he is dumb. But his mother has another notion. She constantly motivates him, saying he too can achieve great things in life. This is a true story of a man in flesh and blood, an extraordinary life of an ordinary person who achieves the impossible. Despite being mocked at and racially harassed time and time again by friends and teachers, he bounces back and does what only a genius can do.
Do you guys know who this movie is about? Have anybody ever seen this movie?
No.
So this movie was made about Ben Carson. Anybody know that name? Right? So this guy is a neurosurgeon, right? And he has done miraculous things when it comes to neurosurgery, right? As a child, he was a troubled youth. He wasn't the best in his class, but then they realized the problem he wasn't the best in his class is because he couldn't really see properly. He needed glasses. And once he got the glasses, and of course his mother always encouraged him and told him opposite to what he believed of himself, he excelled and ended up being a neurosurgeon, right? And today, Ben Carson would be listed as one of the top neurosurgeons in the world. He's retired now, but he started from humble beginnings, right? And the educational system, right? This is what we're talking about right now, educational control, right? One of the things that is important to understand, right? Anytime you get educated, right? And the curriculum that you get, the curriculum is one of the things that shape you shape your understanding, shape your philosophy, shape your perspective, shape your history, because that's what the purpose of education is all about, right? It's to make you think a certain way and act a certain way, right? When we looked at the video prior and it talked about the conservatives versus the liberals, and they talked about, well, we only bring up the smartest ones because when we bring up the smartest ones, they literally become like us, right? They become no good to their own people because they're so much like us now that they're no good to their own people. And they literally become a place in the middle, right? They're never going to really fall into the group of the liberals or conservatives, right? But they're going to be now in almost a group by themselves, but they end up being in a group by themselves where they defend the liberals or the conservatives, right? And I'm using Ben Carson as an example, right? Even just recently, he did he was part or invited to speak on Trump's behalf, right? Let me see if I could bring that video up. Bear with me. Okay, so here, I think this is it here, 13 days ago. So let's listen to Ben Carson. He's now, of course, an older man. He's retired.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, Sarah Huckabee always says to me, I hate to follow you, but I think she turned the table on me tonight. I want to thank you all for being here and for being involved. Like many of you last week, I watched with horror as the events unfolded in that Pennsylvania field. I saw President Trump, a dear friend, escape death by mere inches. And my thoughts immediately.
Okay, let me just pause right there. Remember what Malcolm X said, right? He just called Trump a dear friend. Do you think Trump is really a friend to him, or Trump is being friendly? Which is one of the things, the misconception of our people. They believe because a white person has been friendly to them, that person is now their friend. We hear it out of his own mouth, that his dear friend is Trump.
Turn to the book of Isaiah that says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper.
Todd's biggest sale of the summer is extended. Up to 25% on moving and storage until August.
Well,
right, so he's using our book to apply God's word, which is for us, for Trump. We'll continue.
let me tell you the weapons that they used. First, they tried to ruin his reputation, and he's more popular now than ever. And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before. And then they tried to put him in prison, and he's freer and has made other people free with him. And then last weekend, they tried to kill him, and there he is over there alive and well.
So the educational control, right? When you go through a system of curriculums, the educational system is to make you be just like the oppressor. You're going to think like the oppressor. You're going to feel like the oppressor. You're going to function like the oppressor. Your perspective and understanding becomes the same perspective and understanding of the oppressor. And we see that here, just like the scripture says, Nebuchadnezzar got the best, people without blemish, people who were great in wisdom and understanding and science. And we see Ben Carson go through that system. He became the best of the best, but he is not standing for his people. He is standing on the side of the oppressor, speaking for the oppressor. And this is one of the things that happens when you get assimilated by the conquering nation or by your conqueror. You try to be like them so much that you lose who you are. He is calling these people his friends, right? When we got the example exactly of what Malcolm X said, though they are friendly to you, they are not and never will be your friends. The Bible says they are our enemies, but our people choose to fully disregard what the Most High God says. Fully just forget what God says. We're living in a new time. We're living in a new era. These people are our friends. These people are so friendly. These people are good. These people are honest. Forget about all of that other stuff. This is what happens when you become assimilated. Khan?
Khan. Lucky.
Khan, go ahead.
Yeah. He sounded like he said, boss, our house burning down. Or we sit. Or we sit.
That's a really great point, King. We sick, boss? Master, we sick? Right? That is a really good point. And that's exactly what happens. Right? So now you're no good to your people. You're there on the opposite side, standing up with your oppressor, right? It's literally saying, there's no racism in America. There's no systematic racism in America. You just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You just want to think about the past. You just holding on to the past. This is a free country. And this is one of the many things you hear from these spoons out there, right? Elder Zabak was bringing out some dude who was saying, I forgot the guy's name. He was saying, they brought me up from a puppy or something like that, a puppy litter. I don't know if you guys saw the video of the camp video. Elder was talking about it, right? I can't remember the dude's name. I would love to post that video. Go ahead.
Van Jones.
Van Jones. Van Jones. Let's see if we can find that video with Van Jones. Van Jones. Crying. Is that the video? Okay, this is it. I guess this is it.
Building your online business?
Right? So these people are intelligent
and
people.
set up your store on a
right? So make no mistake, these people are intelligent people, and that's why they're in the position they are. Because they are intelligent and because of the system that they were placed through, the curriculum that they were placed in, right? They now believe that they are better than us. They're better than their own people, right? And so they have to defend the oppressor at any means necessary. Right? But that's just what the assimilation does, right? So let's see if this is the video that Elder was talking about.
It's well, it's easier to be a parent this morning. It's easier to be a dad. It's easier to tell your kids character matters. It matters. Telling the truth matters. Being a good person matters. And it's easier for a whole lot of people. If you're Muslim, In this country, you don't have to worry if the president doesn't want you here. If you're an immigrant, you don't have to worry if the president's going to be happier to have babies snatched away or send dreamers back for no reason. This is vindication for a lot of people who have really suffered. You know, the I can't breathe. You know, that wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't breathe. Every day you're waking up and you're getting these tweets and you just don't know. And you're going to the store and people who have been afraid to show their racism are getting nastier and nastier to you. And you're worried about your kids and you're worried about your sister.
Oh, Shalaki, that's not the video, family. But you see this dude likes to cry. I think this is a video here. Shalaki. I think this is a video that Elder was talking about.
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring is the unsung catalyst for bold. What straps gold to a rocket and hurtles it into space? Boring.
Cancel these damn
Early retirement
commercials, unfortunately.
Startup because it's smart, dependable, and steady. All words you want from your bank. For nearly 160 years, PNC Bank has been brilliantly.
We can see Van Jones is used to crime, if that's the case.
Unboring if you think about it.
Joe Biden's body may not be as strong as it used to be. His language skills may not be as sharp as they used to be. His heart is as big as ever. His heart is as big and as true and as strong. And this is the difference between a politician and a leader.
This dude is talking about how strong and good Edomite's heart is. Bring out Rebel from the womb for me, King. As soon as they be born, they speak and lie.
This dude's sick, huh?
This dude is talking about this man's heart like he's the Most High. He could see into this Edomite's heart.
I got it. I got another one. I got another precept after just to.
Go ahead.
Psalms. It's the book of Psalms, chapter 58 and verse 3. Psalms, chapter 58 and verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
He is talking about Edomite's heart, our enemy's heart, how good, how righteous our enemy's heart is. This is a simulation. This is what the educational system or the curriculum that you go under, where these liberals bring you up because you're smart, you're intelligent, and they put you in a system, a washing machine system that brainwashes you that you are no good to your people. You defend at any means necessary the enemy. Go ahead, King. You had the other precept?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can't.
I ain't know. That's great. Slakia, Lamentations chapter 4 and verse 17. Lamentations chapter 4 and verse 17. As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. Yeah, we can break it down, right?
Yeah, man. This is exactly what our people have been doing, man. We think these people are our saviors. We think these people are going to rescue us, and they're going to pull us up from the down heap. They're going to dust us off, and we're going to marry their daughters, and we're going to be their son-in-laws, and they're going to love us and respect us. They want nothing to do with you. They are our friends. That's my buddy. I would give my life for that man. You don't know the relationship we have. We'll look for a nation that couldn't save us, man. This is vain help. This is vain. This is wicked what these coons are doing, man. These are the same type of guys who stand up and say there's no racism in America. America is equal. Let me continue this video.
He made a selfless decision, and people are heartbroken. Even people who are pushing for this to happen. It's kind of like when your grandpa, you gotta take the keys, and everybody, you gotta take his keys, you gotta take his keys, you gotta, and he's fighting and he's fighting, and everybody's so frustrated, and then you finally get the keys back, and then you just cry. Because this is somebody that you love. This is somebody that you care about. This is somebody who was there for you. This is somebody, you wouldn't be here without him. And you have to take something from him. Now, this is not, look, this politics is politics. But this is a human moment for one of the great humans in America. This is a huge moment for him, for his family, for all of us who love him, for all of us who wanted him to get across the finish line. But if you're a young person watching this is leadership. This is patriotism. This is what it means to put the country first and put the party first and put the cause first. When your arm gets tired, you let somebody else finish pitching the game. That's what Joe Biden has done, and he's done that for all of us. And so I just want to say, I don't know who's going to be the VP, the non-VP. I don't know anything about politics. I just know that I love this man. I care about this man. It was painful every day to sit up here and talk about him like he's just some problem for the party. Wait till we get to the convention. You're going to see people crying, standing, screaming, cheering. He may not get a chance to talk for 10 minutes. We finally get a chance to put our arm around this guy. He did the right thing for this country, did the right thing for this party. All of us are going to be in this situation someday, and I hope that we take a moment to honor this man and to love this man. I love Joe Biden. I appreciate what he's done, and a lot of people are heartbroken today. Even if it's the right thing, it's still just horrible.
I guess that's not the video, King. I couldn't find the right video. But we see how this man is talking about a man's heart.
All the brands.
Right? We see this man talking about a man's heart and how good this man is and all of these different things. Do you think he would talk that way about an Israelite? Do you think he would lift up an Israelite like that? I doubt it very much. Right? There's so many videos of our people talking about there's no racism in America. Right? But right now we're on the list, and we're dealing with the educational assimilation. Right? Being educated by your enemy, educational control. Many of our people go into this educational system, they go out to college and they come back lost, right? They go out, they come back being part of a fraternity or sorority, and they're Greek now. They're not the same people. They got assimilated into a system that they should never be part of. They're calling themselves Greek. They're Kappa this, Kappa that, Alpha this, Alpha that. They're literally sold themselves over to a wicked understanding, man. They're giving themselves over and they become destroyed.
Hey, Salakia, King.
Go ahead, King.
First off, I think that man, Van Jones, might be one of the first people that when Yahushua come back, he gonna try to fight Yahushua.
For real. Let me go up.
Yeah, he
Let
gonna
me
step
be a
in front of
champion, right?
Esau, right? Yeah, he might do it. It might be him. Him and Uncle Ruckus, wherever he's at on this godforsaken earth. With Clinton Bigsby.
Let me
And
since you mentioned Uncle Ruckus, let me just play a quick video of Uncle Ruckus. Just 1 second. Let me share the screen again.
And Fair Use Act. Fair Use.
Fair Use Act.
A country that's unfair, Fair Use Act.
I know, right? I hope you can hear the video. Can you guys hear it? I know it's kind of low, right? Yeah, brother sent it to me, and yeah, I got my volume up all the way up, but the video itself is kind of low. It's even difficult for me to hear it.
Stop being all freedom fighter and I'll get your grandfather a nice cushy job. You know, one where he has no real power, but your people are happy because he has a nice office and gets CNN sound bites.
I'm gonna have to pass. What good is it for a man to gain the whole world, yet lose his soul?
So Huey just quoted Matthew 16:26. He says, what good is it for a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? This Edomite is telling him, do this, that, and the other, right? And he's like, nah, I'm pass, because I ain't trying to gain your gifts and lose my soul. And Uncle Ruckus came in and grabbed him and said, how dare you speak to this, Edomite or whatever with your nigger logic? So using the scripture is nigger logic. And that is an example of Uncle Ruckus at its best. Right? Saying, don't gain the world and lose your soul is nigger logic. Anyway, let's continue, man. Educational control, man. Proverbs 22:6.
Come. It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 22 and verse 6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Time, right? This is the instruction that the Most High let us know, man. Right? But this is also something that these enemies understand as well. And this is one of the reasons why they grab the children of Gad, right? And start systematically poisoning them, right? It became such a bad thing that white families got accustomed to adopting, right, Gadite children, right? And again, people used to just go to the reservations and take these Gadite children and then hand them over to white families, right? And white families started protesting against the Gadites because they didn't want to give up their children. So it became so bad that imagine they are now complaining, trying to bring laws against the families of these children, because how dare you not give us your children? How dare you not hand over? We can give them a better life. These are the arguments that they were making against the parents of their own children. You got to give us your children. We can give them a better life. You guys can't give them a life that we can give them. But the life that they were giving them is a life of abuse, trauma, totally no identification to their culture. And they were fighting against the parents to let this thing continue. Give us your children. Right? I'm going to continue and move over to another list, another thing on the list of what the conqueror would do to the conquered, right? Religion imposition, right? Religion imposition. These are a list of things that the conqueror do to the conquered. So religion imposition, it promotes or mandates a dominant religion while discouraging or banning indigenous religions, right? So you come into this system, right, where you've been colonized and they're stimulating you. One of the things they do, right, just like the general was trying to do, they were saying, oh, he's not racist. He just understands that his culture is better than these savages' culture, that his religion is better than their, devil religion or whatever, what have you, right? So this is one of the things that they do. They do religion imposition. They promote their own, the conqueror's religion, over because they're dominant over the conquered religion, right? So this is exactly one of the things that happened when the gates of no return or door of no return, when they were bringing the slaves for the transatlantic slavery, right? As they go through that door, they were, quote unquote, Christianizing you, right? You left through this door a savage, and you exit through this other door as a quote unquote new person. You are now a new creature in Christ. Behold, all things are passed away, and now all things have become new, because they have just shaken a bell over you. They have just said some words over you. So now you're no longer a savage. Religion imposition. So they take your religion, right? And they put it in the garbage, and you now have to follow what they say. Khan?
Gone.
So we could go even right back to what we read before about Daniel, where Nebuchadnezzar put up this this big image, and when music play, you got to bow down to this image, right? Your culture is no, you're not bowing to no idol, you're not worshiping no idol, but their culture is now, if you don't bow to this idol, I'm going to kill you. If when you hear these music playing, you don't bow, right? This is what you would also call group conforming, right? Or social adjustment. If socially everybody is bowing and everybody see you're not bowing, guess who they're gonna snitch on? Right? I have this scripture. What I'm thinking about right now, I may not have it listed under this topic, but it's when the Jews decided that they want to worship based on their own laws, Aria, and they were cutting the babies, killing the babies, and they put the babies around the mother's necks.
Oh, First Maccabees 1.
First Maccabees 1. Okay, Khan.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Let's bring that out, man. This is religion imposition. This is them taking their religion and imposing it on you. You got to do what they say, and if you don't do what they say, you're gonna pay in a major way. Go ahead, King. Bring that out.
All right. This is First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse number 59. First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse number 59. Now the 25th day of the month, they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of God, at which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised. And they hanged the infants about their necks and rifled their houses and slew them that had circumcised them. Howbeit, many in Israel were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing. Wherefore the rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meats, that they might not profane the holy covenant. So then they died. And there was a very great wrath on Israel.
So this is how they suppress your religion and your belief and your culture. This is how you discontinue from your heritage, right? They make you not follow your laws, disregard the things that the Most High God say to you, and they kill your babies. They kill your children, right? God says circumcise the male. They say forget that. You do it, we're going to kill that baby you circumcised. So what are you going to do? You're going to get your baby killed, or you're going to keep them uncircumcised? You got to follow our laws. You got to put down your laws. You got to put down your religion. Everything that you believe, put that to the side. That's garbage. You're going to do what we say now. This is what the conqueror do to the conquered. This is exactly what they do. This is how a nation gets conquered. Your life is in jeopardy and your children's life is in jeopardy. That's what they did to Gad. They took their children and they knew once we have your children, you can't get them. We put them in a military base. You try to uprise, you try to, kick up dust and complain. We can just cut your child's head off and send you the head. So you're not gonna fight against nothing. They first used the prison Alcatraz to put the fathers of the children they wanted to steal. Because these fathers said, no, you're not taking my child. You're not taking my baby. That's my firstborn. That's my child. Oh, this guy is a troublemaker. He's a deviant. Or we'll lock him up. Put him in solitary confinement. He doesn't understand the assignment. Right now in California, the law is if you don't want to give your child hormone treatment because your child says I'm a girl or your child says I'm a boy, claiming the opposite sex, and you don't want to give them those hormone injections, the law is that the courts are going to come in with the cops and take your child and give them the hormone injection. That's currently been happening on the books. A lot of times people think that colonization and assimilation is something of the past. No, it's still happening today. And they're still using their policing or military to enforce these wicked laws. So many people have lost their children because the courts came in and took their children. Let me see if I could find, that wasn't part of things I was going to show. But this is modern day colonization. Let me see, just 1 second, family.
Yeah, that's cool.
Go ahead. Yeah, this is something that is currently going on.
Hey,
I think
don't
it started
about
in 2023. Go ahead, King.
yeah. Don't forget about ICE. What Trump did with ICE.
Bring it out.
Yeah, remember? The ICE border patrols, police and all of that stuff, attacking Issachar, the Mexicans, and kidnapping them and all of that stuff, the ICE raid police force, and throwing the children in the cells, and treating people like animals and dogs.
Yo, this exactly. This stuff is still going on. People think this is stuff that happened back in the days with Christopher Columbus and the Gadites, but now we're modernized. We don't do that no more. Right? We're now evolved, and we now take concern of people's, rights, and people got rights in this country. They can't do that. Yo, this thing is happening right now.
Lucky.
Go ahead, King.
No, you know what I was thinking about as well as you bringing out this lesson about the rights and then how our people turn on us as well. Just think about what happened during the pandemic. When they took all your rights, and then not only that, they was encouraging people to call if you see people having gatherings, groups. But people was really calling them numbers on people. Hey, they gathering over here. There's too many people over here, different things like that. And I'm just saying, like, that's another way how they introduced something that wasn't lawful, that wasn't right, but they make your people even turn on you as well, even in those days. How you?
Tom, that's a very good point, right? Because that's definitely something that they do and they encourage. And it's going to get worse. They're going to make it be, I think they were talking about incentivizing that as well, where people can get rewards for snitching on other people. But that's going to happen. That's definitely going to happen, right? Our families are going to snitch on us. Right, they're gonna get. You can get $2,500 if you rat on somebody who is not following the worldwide religion. Right, this is to get rid of all of the hate. If we have one world religion, and anybody who's following something else, you can get $2,500. You don't think people gonna snitch on you? Like, yeah, hello, I got this guy who lives in my basement, him and his family, or this family who live next door. And they wear these strange little things on the edge of their shirt. I think those are the people you're looking for. I'm still gonna get my money, right? Am I gonna get $2,500 for each person, or $2,500 just for the whole family? People gonna negotiate because a law is gonna be in place, right? That people are gonna follow. That's the law. People follow laws. Guess what? Slavery was a law. Slavery wasn't against the law. People weren't breaking the law by having slaves and branding them and raping them and buck breaking them and making the bucks sleep with their mothers so they can get bigger and stronger bucks. Where do you think the term mother effers come from? Because this is what Esau was doing. He was making the sons sleep with the mothers. It was a law. Slavery wasn't right, but guess what? It was legal. And good citizens, guess what good citizens do? Good citizens want to follow the law. To be a good citizen, it means you got to follow the law. Khan? I'm gonna kind of try to go through a little faster because I realize the time is, I'm only we just did religious, but I'm gonna kind of go through a little faster just to kind of speed it up a little bit. We're now on economic control. One of the things that a conquering nation does to a conquered or colonized people is economic control, right? Economic control. Show me the money. Let me control the money, right? Take control of key economic resources and industries, right? You come into a place and you conquer that place, you colonize that place, you take control of their resources. That's economic control. You take control of their industries, right? You redirect the wealth that was before going to the native, right, or the indigenous, and you redirect that wealth to the dominant nation. Or you guys were using this mine to get gold, that now belongs to us. Or you guys have precious metals and precious stones, that now belongs to us. You guys have water resources, right? Trees that we can cut down, cotton that we can pick. All of those resources are now in the hand of your conqueror. This is what goes on. This is how these other nations take control, right? Let's grab, hey, let's see how Joseph did it. Let's go to Genesis 47, verse 13.
This section is economic control, right?
Economic control.
Okay.
This is one of the things in the playbook of a conqueror, right? A conquering nation, an empire, a colonizer. Right? This is what they do.
You wanted Genesis, which chapter?
47.
Okay. What verse? Verse 13?
Yes, well, verse 13.
This is Genesis 47 and verse 13. When everyone have it, say Khan. Genesis chapter 47 and verse 13. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by the reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the corn which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house.
What? Joseph, bro. Joseph was working for Pharaoh. So Joseph had to do what he had to do. Right? Pharaoh could have been like, yo, you guys are my precious citizens. You guys are my people. What is mine is yours. What is yours is mine. We're family. But Joseph was working for Pharaoh. Joseph had to do what he got to do. Right? He gathered up all the money. all the resources. Right? Not some. And Joseph took a little bit of the money. Is that? I think you read that wrong, King.
Salakia. Verse 14, and Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt. And in the land. This is cold, man.
Yo, this is cold. This is economic control. This is economic control. But this is how valuable we were to Pharaoh. Joseph literally made Pharaoh richer than he was ever before. All the money, bro. Just imagine that statement for North America right now. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in America and put it in President Biden's pocket. Economic control, bro. Go ahead, continue.
Verse 15, and when money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, give us bread. For why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. Jeez. Damn. Man,
Yo, when people don't got no money, this is an exact interpretation of they stole themselves. What happened to us? Wasn't we selling ourselves? This is an example of people selling themselves. Khan? When you ain't got no money, no food, and not just money, when you ain't got no food in your storehouse, your refrigerator is empty. The buckets that you had some rice in or some dried peas in or some canned foods, everything is gone. You're going to sell yourself into some slavery. Continue, King.
Khan. And they brought Slakia, and Joseph said, give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle if money fail. And they brought their cattle unto Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year.
You belong to me. Everything you got is mine. Joseph turned them into sharecroppers. Joseph gave them the material to go ahead and farm the land and do whatever they needed to do. That's being a sharecropper. What verse you stopped at?
I stopped at verse 17.
Go ahead, continue.
This is good. Verse 18. And when that year was ended, they came unto him the second year and said unto him, we will not hide it from my Lord, how that our money is spent. My Lord also have our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my Lord, but our bodies and our lands. It gets better. I keep draining them.
Yo, he draining them. He literally got them by the throat. Remember, what is it? Full Metal Jacket? Let me see if I can bring up that, let me see if I can bring up a clip of that. This is how Joseph got them, man. Joseph is not playing.
Yeah, man.
Just one second.
What was that movie, Yak? He said, you know you effed up, right?
Joseph
doing them like Esther, right?
Joseph.
Yeah.
This is how Joseph got them right now, man. Let me show you. This is how Joseph got them, bro. Joseph is not playing.
Yeah, fair use act. Fair use. Oh yeah, I remember this.
Fair use act.
Full Metal Jacket.
Right? This is economic control. This is how Joseph got them right now, bro.
You think I'm cute, Private Powell? Do you think I'm funny? Sir, no, sir. Then wipe that disgusting grin off your face. Sir, yes, sir. Well, any fucking time, sweetheart. Sir, I'm trying, sir. Private Powell, I'm going to give you 3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to wipe that stupid-looking grin off your face, or I will gouge out your eyeballs and skull fuck you. 1, 2, 3. Sir, I can't help it, sir. Bullshit! Get on your knees, scumbag! Now choke yourself. God damn it, with my hand, numbnuts. Don't pull my fucking hand over there. I said choke yourself. Now lean forward and choke yourself.
This is how Joseph got them right now, bro. Choke yourself. Blackie fam. Joseph got them just like this, bro. Year after year, they realized, we ain't got nothing. We got to keep coming back to Joseph. Joseph got everything. Khan? What verse you in right now?
The good verse of verse 19.
Continue.
But I want to read verse 18 again.
Yeah, Khan, go ahead.
When that year was ended, they came unto him the 2nd year, and said unto him, we would not hide it from my Lord, how that our money is spent. My Lord also have our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my Lord, but our bodies and our lands.
They're ready to sell their bodies, and the only thing that they got is their body and the land that body's standing on. And say, hey, man, we can't hide nothing from you, Joseph. Continue reading, King.
Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate.
This is how Joseph got them. This is what you call economic control. You got all of the resources. You got all of the industries. You now got the people, and you already took all the money out of the land. They ain't got no money in the land, so they can't come and be like, oh yeah, we had some extra money in the mattress we didn't know about. They ain't got nothing but their bodies and the land that they standing on. And they're like, yo, we could either be slaves to Joseph or we could die. And when it comes down to it, people are going to put themselves in slavery. And this is what a nation who conquers you do. They put you in between a rock and a hard place. where there is nothing else that you can do. You gotta eat or you're gonna die. You gotta yield or you're gonna die. Which verse you ended on?
Verse number 20.
Verse, you're gonna read 20 now?
Yeah.
Khan, go ahead.
And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh. For the Egyptians sold every man his field because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's.
Pharaoh became richer than he ever was. Before Pharaoh was rich, Egypt, remember, Egypt is the most powerful nation at this time. Ain't nothing close to Egypt. Right? Pharaoh was, ruler over a powerful nation, but he didn't have all of the money. He didn't own all the land. He didn't own all of the cattle. He didn't own all of the people. So now everybody is literally subject to Pharaoh because Joseph has implemented economic control. This is no joke. This is the playbook of a conqueror. Right? This is how these nations that we were in captivity with or under, these are some of the tactics they use on us. This is some of the tactics that is still being used, right, throughout many nations. Right now, China is one of the places that's using these tactics. China would go into a nation and lend them money that they cannot pay back. But when lending them that money, they put stipulations in place. Well, if you can't pay the money back, well, you just got to give us this beachfront property. If you can't pay the money back, just give us contracts to build roads and infrastructure in your place. We're going to put trains, roads, all of these things. We're going to send our people over to do all of that stuff. You can't pay back, you're going to have to just give us some land or something. And this is what China is doing right now all over the world. Economic control. It's set up in a way the people are literally having to choke themselves. Not with your hands, Private Powell, use my hand. The people literally got to choke themselves with the conqueror's hand. Economic control, one of the things on the playbook of a conqueror. Let's get to Nehemiah 5 from verse 3.
Nehemiah 5 and verse 3.
Yeah, you could might as well start from verse 1.
Okay. Hey, and the thing with Genesis 49 with Joseph, how the Pharaoh was using Joseph, it was like a hammer. He was using his gifts and his talents. And remember, he was an interpreter of dreams. So he knew which way to go and how to do things. Same as how Esau would use us for the wars. A lot of people know the Buffalo Soldiers, who was used to win the wars against these heathen nations. The Tuskegee Airmen, who was used to win the wars in the skies against these nations as well too. And so many of our military and army that Esau was using behind the scenes to win his wars. And these other nations were scared to death of us. Like America got the children of God, the greatest warriors on the battlefield. Take away the mind and control the body. and using our gifts and our talents, you know, to however the way they feel, you know, to oppress other people as well too, which is crazy. That's why even Vietnam, you probably heard about it. They said it was like, yo, they was telling the black people, why are you fighting this war for America? Go back, black man.
Go back, black man.
All right, you don't need to fight this war. And one of the reasons why they would say that is because we was whooping their ass.
They can't fight against these black men.
Yeah. So they're trying to find any type of like, yo, we got to find a way to calm them down or make them think about reasoning and remind them, you know, we're not the enemy. You know, Esau's the enemy, all of this stuff. They had a movie called, I think, The Miracle on 13th Street or something. They was speaking about that, you know. The black soldiers, they was crossing through the lines. Even the Edomite sergeant was like, ain't no way in hell you gonna make it. They try to send them on a dummy mission, suicide mission, and they ended up making it to the other side of the line. Cross the line and help push the infantry into the battlefield to go against the Vietnamese and all of that stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah. And we didn't get no credit for it. But some of the soldiers knew how terrifying that the Israelites were on the battlefield. Just on the battlefield.
When you think about David's mighty men, it's the same thing. These men were, as I said, mighty men. Right? This is, you know, this kind of goes into, you know, the scripture says, you know, how could one man chase 1,000? Right? How could Samson kill 1,000 men with the jawbone of an ass? Right? God is with us, man. The Most High is on our side. These other nations can't do that. How could a little boy like David kill a giant, a man with 6 fingers on each hand? A seasoned killer. Because the Most High is on our side.
Hey, Salaki, I got one more perfect example. Look at the USA men's basketball team. How they just dominate every nation on the earth.
Let me see if I can pull that up.
20 points. Huh?
I'm going to see if I can pull up the basketball team.
Yeah, the dream team with Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, all of these people. How they just dominated every other sports team on the earth. Where every year people already expect they're going to get gold. And that's just with sports. And how there's no competition. And those are all Israelites. And these other nations don't even try. They even try to put up an effort. They getting blown out by 50 points, 60 points. And they got the best players of their nation, best athletes of their nation competing in the Olympics. And the USA basketball team is literally all Israelites. And just running these other nations through the damn gym on an Olympic field. You know?
I'm trying to see if I can bring up, let me share the screen. Am I screen shared already? It is? I think it is, right?
Yeah, I think it's freezing this show. No, it's there. Yeah.
Yeah, man. This is a team you can't win. This is you know, giants. These are conquerors, mighty men. It's powerful, man.
Yeah. And every year we won gold. Every year they use us, you know, to beat these other nations. That's a battle of war as well too. That's another way of war, sports. We have people that put so much resources, prayers, curses, everything, sports fans. And the number one team on earth is the USA basketball team. And it's all Israelites. You know? So that's even showing in sports how Esau used us to dominate these other nations.
Done.
And the billions of dollars they make. And look at Kobe Bryant. He's worshipped like a god in China. Stephon Marbury, who's the lowest of all players on the field. And he's worshipped like a god in China. They got a statue of Stephon Marbury. And I for all-stars for our people in general, he's like probably at the bottom of the bottom. But in China, he's worshipped like a damn god.
and that's that's scripture as well. I said that ye are gods, right? We are the only people who don't understand that we're gods, right? When you understand that literally we are the salt of the earth, and this is why people follow us, watch us everywhere we go. Right? There's people who do these videos where they like show how Edomites are always watching them, no matter what they do. Some Edomite just got their eye on them. They're amazed at us, man. They're fascinated by us. They can't be us. And we got a God who loves us. But a lot of us want to cool out. Let's grab that Nehemiah, King.
I just want to add that point to the lesson.
Yeah,
same as the Pharaoh used Joseph to dominate everybody and gather all their resources, same as he used our sports teams to dominate these other nations.
And before you even grab that Nehemiah, I want to share something as well, right? One of the things that a conquering nation does, right, is use cartoons, images to kind of show their dominance, right? If you guys can see my screen, these are one of these what they call political cartoons, right? And this political cartoon is showing some powerful information right here, right? This is what a conqueror does, right? When a conqueror comes in and colonizes you or dominates you, right? They use political cartoons to show their dominance, right? And the image of the political cartoon speaks volumes, right? So we see here in this cartoon, we see Uncle Sam, right? Showing his dominance over this class, right? Everybody in the class is subjected to Uncle Sam, right? We have people here in the back, right? And each one of them have a book with the name of a state on it, right? It means these people have already been subjected and they have already conformed, right? Whether they liked it or not, they understand that's the only way to get by. We see here over here, right? Even Alaska, right? And they're showing the people of Alaska, like the Eskimos here, dark skin, right? Texas, California, all of these places have already been indoctrinated. And that's why they're sitting quietly and reading a book, right? Outside the door is China. So China is excluded. At that time, China was excluded, couldn't even come into the class. They had to stay outside like an outsider, right? This is what this cartoon is showing. Right here in the corner, you see the Native American on the dunce seat, as they would call it, right? He's reading a book and the book is upside down, showing that the Native American, they're stupid. They're in the dunce seat. They're under punishment because they can't even learn properly, right? And now Uncle Sam here is showing these nations that are terrified of him, right? That he is showing them, hey, this is the way you're going to follow. Or I got that long stick in my hand, right? That long stick represents the military and his power, his ability to punish, right? These political cartoons speak volumes, right? All the way down here is nations or countries that he's already dominated. So they just gonna sit quiet and do what they gotta say, what they gotta do. Right? On the book he has here, the US, first lesson in self-government. So the Philippines, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and Cuba is right now in subjection. They're terrified. Guess what? In the back, we got the niggers who are doing what niggers do. They just got to clean up. They're not even part of the class. They got to do the labor work. So this is one of the ways that they use political cartoons to show, right? It's what is called School Begin, right? To show how they control and dominate everything else. Oh. There's no joke.
Yeah.
Right? These are just pages or items from their playbook on how they conquer other nations. Oh man, it's 11 to almost 11:30 already. I ain't even go through order of the list. Shalaki fam, I didn't think it was gonna take so long. You know, I'm an Israelite. Of course I'm long-winded. Economic, let's go to that Nehemiah 5 and start from verse 3.
Khan. It's the book of Nehemiah, start at verse 3.
Yeah, Khan.
Khan. Yeah, this is a good one too, huh? This is Nehemiah chapter 5 and verse 3. Some also there were that said, we have mortgaged our lands, vineyards, and houses, that we might buy corn because of the dearth.
Right? So we're seeing here again, economic control. People now have to mortgage out their property, everything that they own, right? This is how a place put economic control over a people they conquer or colonize or assimilate. Continue.
There were also that said, we have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and vineyards. Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children, and lo,
our children is literally their children. They own our children.
Your precept.
Go ahead, King.
Our children as their children, and lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants. And some of
our children, our sons, the most precious thing we have. The scripture says, children, our heritage from the Lord. The most precious thing we have, our future, are now going into bondage because of economic control. Go ahead, King. Continue.
God. Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants. And some of our daughters are brought unto bondage already. Neither is it in our power to redeem them, for other men have our lands and vineyards.
Man. It's cold.
Cold-blooded economic control. This is the extent of the things that economic control does. Right? You're literally in a position where you're choking yourself. The children, the most precious thing you have, you're literally putting your children in bondage. Your children are now become servants. Whatever you had planned for them, right? A wise man leaves an inheritance for his children. All of that is gone. because of economic control. Right, I'm going to try to jump on a little faster. There's some more precepts, but we're going to jump on. The next one would be political dominance. Right, one of the other things on the list of a conqueror who comes in to conquer another nation, put another nation in subjection, is political dominance. Right, political dominance is establishing political institutions that are controlled by the people who dominate you. Right? You become marginalized. The native population, the indigenous people become marginalized. That means that they are put into less value. Right? Your enemies are making laws over you. Political dominance. This is one of the things on the playbook of a conqueror, a colonizer, someone who comes in and dominates you. These are the things that's going on in our society. Political dominance, where they can make laws that affect you. When the slaves were so-called freed, right, and they now have to leave the plantation, hey, niggas, you're free, get off my property. Right? The slaves were now free. Leave the plantation because now you're free. They had no homes. They had no place to sleep. They had no houses to live in because everything that they had before was given to them by their masters. So now you're free. Get off my property, nigger. They were literally sleeping in the woods, sleeping in the parks, sleeping in the bushes, wherever they can sleep. On the beaches, by the rivers, wherever they can sleep, that's where they were sleeping because they owned no property. They had no money. It was, niggas, you're free. Get off my property. Get out of here. I don't want to see your face. The first law that they put into place, right? After they so-called freed the slave, the first law that they put into place was vagrancy law. The vagrancy law means you can't sleep in the park, you can't sleep on the benches, and if you do that, you're going to get arrested. And when we arrest you, get what they were doing. They were leasing those arrested criminals because of the vagrancy laws. They were leasing them back to the plantations they came from, back into slavery, because they had political dominance. This is the thing that a conqueror, a colonizer, a person who wants to assimilate you and destroy you, these are the things on their playbook. Political dominance is one of that, where they could write laws. Right? The law that police use a lot when they're about to shoot you is stop resisting. Right? Stop resisting arrest. That was a law that came straight from England, right, overseas. Because what was happening was they said that, listen, anybody who has control over you, the master, the master's wife, the overseers, right, they have full control over you as a slave. And of course, the master was sleeping and raping a lot of the slaves. And when those babies were born, the mistress or the master's wife were very angry with the slave who got raped. So I got raped. Now I got a baby because the master raped me. Now you hate me because the master slept with me, raped me, and now I have a baby. So the master's wife were always abusing, ill-treating, torturing the slave female who had this baby, right? And if she resisted, the slave master's wife, in many cases, would kill her or kill them and kill the baby as well, right? So a law was put in place that you're not supposed to resist. And if you resist and you get killed, that's your fault because you resisted. So now today you hear police talking about stop resisting, stop resisting. That really stemmed from that law. These are some of the demonic things that the conqueror, the empire, the colonizer, the assimilator have on their playbook when they dominate another people. Khan?
God.
This is no joke. Being conquered, there is a playbook in place. Nothing that they do is like by chance. There is a playbook of systematic things that are done to control the population or to dominate it. Right? Let's go to 2 Kings 17 and 24.
Second Kings 10 and 24.
17 and 24.
Yeah. This is 2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 24. And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Ava and from Hamath and from Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof.
Right? These are the things that they do, political dominance. They put people over you, in charge over you. You gotta be now subjected to them. Yeah, you might have been the mayor before you got conquered. You might have been the priest, the high priest before you got dominated or conquered. Now you're just a regular person. You know, we might still kind of keep you in a certain position so that you could still communicate with the masses, but you're going to do everything that we say. You're going to do and say what we say. We now become your puppet master. Right? This is what they do. Right? Political dominance. I'm not going to stay long on this. I'm just going to jump over because, you know, it's like I said, there's a lot of things. We're not going to be able to cover everything, it seems like. Right? The next one would be the next one would be military presence, right? So one of the things when the conqueror comes in, the colonizer comes in, is military presence. They're going to show their force, right? They're going to set up stations and forts and locations where their soldiers, where their armies, where their militaries, where their police, right, show their presence, show their forces, right, to maintain control and suppress any resistance, right? One of the ways, like we showed before, how they suppress any resistance is that they take your children and quote unquote, educate your children. And again, that tactic is so that you know that we got your children. If you rise up, your child is the first one to lose their life. Right? So they have military presence. So if you try to go out of line, our military forces is going to deal with you. Right? That military presence is major. Khan? When they were coming to capture Jerusalem, what happened? What did scripture say? Jerusalem was compassed with armies, right?
That's right.
Right? There were armies surrounding Jerusalem. Right? They try to bring a military presence to intimidate. Right? When they came up against the man of God, right? And the man of God says, Lord, open my servant's eyes. Right? I think let me find that scripture.
You talking about Elisha?
Yeah, Khan. That's 2 Kings, right? 2 Kings chapter 6.
Yeah. After Elijah anointed him with the chariots. You want me to get that one?
Yeah, Khan.
All right, Khan. 2 Kings chapter 6, start at verse number 17.
Go up higher. Let's see from where the king, and we're going to probably come back to this scripture again for some other things that's going to be on the list. Start from verse 13.
Okay, Khan. This is 2 Kings chapter 6 and verse number 13. If I have to say Khan? 2 Kings chapter 6 and verse number 13. And he said, go and spy where he is, that I may send and fetch him. And it was told him, saying, behold, he is in Dothan. Therefore sent he thither horses and chariots and a great host.
Right? And so again, this is that military might, right? Military presence. Go ahead.
He sent a great host, and they came by night and compassed the city about.
When they came up for Baruch, when did they come? Did they come at 10 in the morning?
Expected.
They come at night. A lot of times, 3 o'clock in the morning is when they're busting in your doors. And they come with heavy presence, guns and lights in your face and screaming at you and screaming at your family. Right? This is how they do. It's all about intimidation and showing power. Right? Go ahead, continue.
Khan. And they came by night and compassed the city about. And when the servant of the man of God was risen early and gone forth, behold, an host compassed the city both with horses and chariots. And his servant said unto him, alas, my master, how shall we do? And he answered, fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them.
And that's still a powerful thing to remember, man. That's still a powerful scripture to keep in your arsenal. Right? Don't fear what these people can do. They can hurt your body, but they can't destroy your soul. Don't fear the military might and the military power they show and the force that they come with. Right? There is more with us than there are with them. Right? Bring out the angels of the Lord compasseth. Right? Go ahead.
Psalms 34. This is Psalms chapter 34 and verse 7. When everyone have it, say Khan. Psalms chapter 34 and verse 7. The angel of Yahweh encampeth round about them that fear him and delivereth them.
Khan. One more time, King.
The angel of Yahweh encampeth round about them that fear him and delivereth them.
What does encamp mean?
Around.
Let me see if I could bring that up on the screen. Encamp it. Where's the definition? To set up or occupy a camp. To place or establish in a camp. Encamped, encamping, encamps. When we go to camp, is there one person, King?
Many.
Many. So when the angels encamp around them that fear God, let's see an example of that. Go back to Elisha. Let's see an example of the angels of the Lord encamped around them that fear him and delivered them.
This is 2 Kings chapter 6 and verse number 14. Slaki. Verse number 16. And he answered, fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them. And Elisha prayed and said, Yahweh, I pray thee, open his eyes, that he may see. And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man. And he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha.
The mountains was full of horses and chariots of fire around Elisha. Elisha had to pray that his servant's eyes could be opened to see that there is more for us than for them. That army encamped around the city, coming for one man. But they don't even realize that a greater army was surrounding them that they couldn't even see. One angel can destroy a whole army in one night. What is 10 angels going to do? What is a legion of angels going to do? We can't even fathom that. We know how vicious one angel can be. What was it, 185,000 men?
God, 2 Kings 19. Yeah.
185,000 men got destroyed by one angel. What is an army of angels going to do? Fear not, for they that are for us is more than they that are against us. In these last days, we're going to be dealing with some things that we got to remember this, man. We got angels encamped around us because we fear God. We got to hold on to that, man. That's military presence. That's real military presence. What that army was trying to do to get Elisha, nah, they don't even realize and understand what real military presence is. Yahushua says, right now, I could call 12 legions if I wanted to. 12 legions, bro, That's like saying, let me get 1,000 sledgehammers to kill one ant. It's an annihilation. There's no comparison, man. We can't even compare it to nothing. I'm gonna jump over to the next thing that a conquering army, colonizer does on their playbook. It's media control. They control the media. What goes in, what is said, what people hear, what is published, that is what they do. It's media control, right? Nothing goes out that they don't want to go out. The propaganda that they put out, the things they say, the music you hear, the commercials you hear, everything, that is media control. It shapes the public's opinion, right? Right now, when supposedly Israelite does something, or quote unquote black person does something, there is always some type of media presence that says, well, you know, yeah, the police killed this guy, but he used to be a biter in kindergarten. He used to bite other kids, you know, and you know, he was never a friendly person. He always used to want to spit. He was a spitter and a biter. So that now justifies the cops killing you. When Tamir Rice was killed, right? Well, his parents were you know, they used to fight. They used to argue. You know, so yeah, it gives the right for the police to kill him because his parents, they had issues. This is media control. There's something to try to shape the opinion or change the narrative of what goes on and why something happened. I'm surprised right now you know, I haven't heard them bring out anything about Sonia Massey. Oh, you know, she never paid her bills on time. You know, those pots she had, I think she stole it from Walmart. There's always something that they bring out to justify the killing of our people. Right? This is media control. And this is one of the things on their playbook that they always do to justify the things that they do. Wow, it's almost 12 o'clock, King. Jeez. Yeah, it's 5 minutes to 12. I'm going to start wrapping it up, man. But military presence, media control, these are the things that they do. Let me show an example of some media control going on here.
Bring it out.
2 Samuel. Say again?
I said, bring it out. What you need? 2 Samuel what?
2 Samuel 15, 1 to 6.
I got it. This is second. God, this is a good one. This is 2 Samuel 15, verse 1. And it came to pass after this that Absalom prepared him chariots and horses and 50 men to run before him. And Absalom rose up early and stood beside the way of the gate. And it was so that when any man that had a controversy came to the king for judgment, then Absalom called unto him and said, of what city art thou? And he said, thy servant is of one of the tribes of Israel. And Absalom said unto him, see, thy matters are good and right. But there is no man deputed of the king to hear thee. Absalom said moreover, oh, that I were made judge in the land, that every man which hath any suit or cause might come unto me, and I would do him justice.
Lucky King.
Good.
So this is Absalom painting a narrative to become a certain level in the kingdom, right? He's putting out a narrative. You got a bunch of horses, and so people were like, yo, Absalom, he's powerful, he's a great man, right? And when people come to the city to gain judgment on a matter they have, he would say, man, listen, the thing that you are trying to get an answer on is a good thing, right? I'm on your side. I'm for you. Elect me president.
Right, bring it out.
Right? Absalom is doing his campaigning right now. He is handling the media. He is showing a narrative to the people that they can see something that's really not true. He is being friendly. Right? His words are sweeter than butter right now. But in his heart is drawn sword. He is going against his father. Right? Absalom is doing something that's wicked. He's going right by the gate where people are going to come in and says, man, if there was somebody really to judge your cause, if it was me, I would give you justice. If I was made judge, if I was made ruler, your cause is right. I would be on your side. But hey, I'm just saying, you didn't vote for me, but if you did, if you came on my side, if you fell in love with me, if I steal your heart away from David, then you would get justice. Go ahead, continue.
And Absalom said, moreover, oh, that I were made judge in the land, that every man which had any suit or cause might come unto me, and I would do him justice. And it was so, that when any man came nigh to him to do him obedience, he put forth his hand and took him and kissed him. And on his manner did Absalom do to all Israel that came to the king for judgment. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel.
The media put a narrative out that stole the hearts of the people of Israel. You come to show some respect to Absalom, he would come and kiss you, my brother. Oh, my beautiful brother. Oh, you are such a good man. People fell in love with Absalom. He stole the hearts of the people. He wanted to give him justice. This is how the media controls the narrative. This is how the media gives you, changes your heart because they're showing you something that's really not real, but it's only to get you to get them votes. Right? I'm going to jump to the next one. Right? But there's other things right here in terms of media control. The media control. Absalom was a master of manipulation. One of the other things on the list, and I'm going to wrap it up and probably just kind of read out the rest of the things on the list. One of the things.
Keep the rest as part two. We need a part two.
Yeah,
you can read the list, but we need a part two, brother.
It's 12 o'clock, 12:01, and I'm not going to drag it on any longer, but there's a lot of things that we got to understand in terms of why our people get assimilated, right? I'm a Trekkie. I like to watch Star Trek, and on the Star Trek, there's a race of beings called the Borg. And the Borg is going to come and tell you, listen, resistance is futile. You can't resist us. We're going to absorb you into the collective. Many of our people get absorbed into the collective. Van Jones get absorbed into the collective, right? My man who is the neurosurgeon got absorbed into the collective, and they defend the enemy, right? There's no racism in America. These people have been absorbed into the collective, right? But these are some of the many things that these conquering nations have done. They still do, right? Have done to our people, right? That has colonized us and stolen our minds based on the educational things that they do, the media things that they do, the economic control that they have over us, right? Get the man out of the home and we're gonna help you with food and rent. But you can't have that man in the house. That's economic control, right? But that destroyed us as a people, right? So with that said, family, I want to thank you all for taking part and being part of the class today. You know, there's a whole lot of things that we got to understand and learn that these people use as tactics and still use as tactics today to brainwash us, to, you know, kind of just take us over to that place where we are now protecting them and we are thinking like them, we're acting like them, and we become useless to our own people. And we are useless to them only as, you know, they're useless to them as well because they just really just have them as a pawn, right? There's a whole lot of videos that I wanted to share, but, you know, we really kind of just ran out of time. Van Jones, this dude is a crying fool, right? But again, thank you all. And that's it. Any questions? Any comments?
No.
Salakia, can you hear me?
Beautiful lesson, King. A lot of information. Hey, I just want to bring one quick precept just to back up what you were saying about Absalom. Just give people an extra incentive, you know, an extra idea by Absalom and what David had to go through and how vicious it was, man. 2 Samuel 14:25, right? It said, but in all Israel, there was none to be so much praised as Absalom for his beauty. From the sole of his foot even to the crown of his head, there was no blemish in him. Imagine, not only is he trying to run for president, trying to be the next king of Israel, he's known as the pretty boy, long hair, tall, dark, and handsome. He know how to sway the crowd in their opinions. He know how to make himself look like the good guy. He know how to use smooth words. This man was dangerous, man.
Yeah, I mean, his actions literally turned people away from David to him.
Right.
That's how good he was.
Yeah,
right? Turned people's minds, hearts away from David. Remember, David was the man who was like, Saul killed his hundreds, but David his 10,000.
10,000.
Right? To steal people's hearts away from that, you gotta be coming like with some serious fire. You coming with some serious fire. And that's what Absalom was able to do. Right? I'm just looking for one more video if I could find it. Let me see if I could find it. I don't know where I put that video. I had a list of videos to share with the family.
What's the name of it?
It's well, you know what? There's so many videos that I needed to share, but I didn't get a chance to. But this one was showing how kids, even at a very young age, our kids, when they ask them who is the ugly baby, who is the good baby, who is the good doll, and things like that, you know, that even our kids because
that doll experiment. Yeah.
Because of the conditions of where we are, right? Even our kids at that very young age have learned to hate themselves, even at a very young age. Lucky said you wanted to say something?
I think it's called a doll test. They got one called a Clark doll experiment. Or something like that. I think it's probably that.
Oh man. I'm not even gonna worry about it. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of things. This was also. Let me just share this real quick. This was another political cartoon, right? Oh shucks, this is not it. Well, this kind of is it, but not really. I'm looking for the political cartoon. Where did I put that image? I'm just gonna bring it out another time. It is what it is. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it's a lot of things, man. Are really a whole lot of things that. But you know what? Let me just kind of do this still anyway. This is another political cartoon that was conquering, right? In conquering America. And this one is very famous. But it shows here the spirit of America, right? With the star on their forehead. The star was supposed to represent the enlightenment of America, bringing culture to the nation and pushing away the Native Americans because the light of enlightenment was too bright for them, so they had to run away. You know, they were bringing technology, telegraph lines. This book is saying school is a school book. So they were bringing education, and we understand what their education is all about. It's about making you conform and assimilate and brainwashing you into following their system, right? A lot of these things, we look at it and it's subtle, but it speaks volumes of their intention, right? The buffaloes are running away, right? They're bringing, you know, agriculture, and, you know, they're really here because this picture is based on what they call manifest destiny, which means that God gave them the right to conquer and kill and do whatever they have to do to make this place a better place, right? Like the guy said in the first video I played about Columbus, they would look at it and say, well, those people who died were just what they would call a few eggs that had to be broken to make a great omelet, right? So all of the genocide that they did was just, as the guy said, was just a few broken eggs. You got to break some eggs to make the omelet, right? So them genociding, killing the buffalo, killing the Native Americans, torturing their children, and all of the things that they did was just a few eggs being broken. But these political cartoons, they're subtle, but they speak volumes. And I yield.
Lucky, can you hear me?
Hey, Aria, could you pray us out?
Hey, Shalom.
Tom, what verse you need?
No, I'm saying if you could pray us out.
Tom.
I don't think anybody have any questions or comments?
Shalom, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Khan. Yeah, Slocky,
Shalom.
I can hear you. We'll take questions after the class, King.
Yeah, stop. We could save the Q&A for
I just wanted to make a quick comment.
I mean, Thursday.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
Salakia.
make a quick comment.
All praises.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Salakia, Yahweh. Yeah, we'll make
Yeah.
the comment after the class. The class
All
almost
right.
done, King.
All right.
I got you. The water.
Mighty lesson, Elder.
So give our body at least 30 seconds. So we can face the east. We close out with the Lord's Prayer. Once again, beautiful class. And Brother Shamaiyah, Mr. HOI cameraman himself, the man behind the scenes, the man with few pics, but a million photographers. Yeah, they had you on the fly looking like King Solomon himself. All praises. Beautiful lesson, King. For real, man. Water. All right, let's close out Lord's Prayer. How about Shemil Shai? Shemai Yasharallah Yahweh Allah Haynawa Yahweh Ahad Abnawa Shabbat Shemayim Kodash Haya Shamka Yahweh Malakovka Taba'a Watazaka Haya Aisha Ba'arataza Kawa Haya Bashemayim Latananawa Lacham Hayuam Wasalachnawa Habawafnawa Hasalachnawa Habawafinawa Wala'a Tabiyainawa Banasayawan Abal Hawashainawa Mayan Rai Kaya Laka Hamalakwaf Wahalal Wataparaf Lai Walamyam Amen. We actually help our Shemil Shah to please watch over us, guide us and protect us, and direct our steps in these last days. Keep us safe, strengthen us with your blessings, mentally, physically, spiritually. Give us the spirit to overcome all trials and tribulations, the spirit to dominate against the wickedness of this world, the fight in righteousness, Yehovah Shemil Shai. Give us the spirit and the strength to overcome our tests in these last days, to become better and become a people, nation of Israel, become a people for Yahushua, to become a better example and a light for the world in these times. Also to heal those that are sick, to heal those that are brokenhearted, to also guide and direct those that are in our lowest estate, Yahweh Shemil Shai, to increase every one of us, brothers and sisters, throughout these last days, to become a better people in these times, in the midst of our captivities, and to bring destruction and death and wrath and righteous judgment against the heathens and against those that try to oppress us, Yahweh Shemil Shai, and also to increase in us our talents and our gifts, to reveal in these last days so we can use it to push your word throughout the four corners of the earth, and so we can also be used as a part of the prophecy and righteousness for the kingdom of heaven. Tawad Tawab Abalam. Amen. Oh, praises.
Praises. They left a lot. I'm gonna rewatch it on YouTube too.
Oh, John, all praises. Yeah, man. Yeah. Now, Uncle Sam, that one is cold, man, with the pictography, showing all the other nations in class. They had some image like that too. KG, Kevin Garnett, they used to be part of the Minnesota Wolves, and then went over to Boston. He said he seen this one picture that they had, and it was like the owners of the Minnesota Wolves, and it was all sitting up on like a high seat, and they had them sitting up literally in a damn baby chair. Wow. So when they took the picture, it looked like the three Edomites were the parents and he was the child. Wow. And he said that was one of the things that it kind of opened up his eyes. You know? And he's like, damn, I'm gonna start playing here and there, this and that, but just looking at the picture, the photography, and how they set it up, had me looking like I'm the little ass kid, and these three white men at the top, and Esau tried to justify spinning around. No, that's not what it is. No, they were just talking about the younger generation and older generation, and You know, passing up the torch. They're looking down at the new generation coming up. Nah. They're like, nah, don't try to play me with that BS. Yep, KG.
When was that picture taken? You know?
I'm gonna look for the video because I watched it today. I'm gonna look for the video. I think that was I think that was in the Minnesota Timberwolves when he was with them. Let me find this video. Yeah, I'll send you it. I'll also put it on the group chat.
Salakia, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
A lot of things,
Okay.
man.
I just wanted to say
that it's subtle, and a lot of times when things are subtle, we don't notice it.
Yeah, Salakia, we almost done, Yahweh. I got you, King. I got you. Be patient. I got you.
It's not all good. There's a systematic thing in place, and it's always been in place, and it has never been removed. So, yeah, let's stay with our eyes open. Watch and pray, as the Most High say. Don't be like the church where you close your eyes and people's hands in your pocket.
Right. I just put it on the group chat.
Let me check it out. Let me check it out. So I guess that's it, man.
Can I say one quick thing?
Beautiful class, King.
The water.
Hold on.
The Maya with the fire. Shamaiyah.
Okay, family. All praises.
All praises.
Yeah, I crawl for your God.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Salakia, I can hear you now, Yahweh.
Okay. All I wanted to say is basic political science. And that is the job of the enemy is to dominate your culture. In fact, to make you think you don't have a culture. Then he puts you in his culture so that you think his culture and your culture is one and the same. And then you'll be fighting for his interests against your own interests. And all the components that the brother brought out tonight are a catalyst of variables that lead to that situation.
Beautiful breakdown, King. Beautiful breakdown, King. You're definitely right, King. Yeah, the water for that point as well to add on. That was the brother Shamaiyah, the class that he did last year. So for brothers and sisters that don't know, the brother passed last week. And he was the one with me and him that started the HOI Iron Sharpened Iron. And he was able to keep it going when it comes to the Thursday class as well too. You know, under the leadership of Elders Zabak, you know, and the leaders within HOI. So, you know, the brother did a lot. And we just wanted to give a tribute to our brother. Shalom, can you hear me? Shalom, can you hear me?
Shalom, I can hear you out.
Okay, the water. Yeah, I said we wanted to give our respects and to pay a tribute to the brother Shamaiyah. You know, he did a lot of work within the body, you know, consistently. And throughout the years, he was the one that was making sure everything was on point with the classes on the Tuesdays and the Thursday classes. So if y'all know with the Iron Sharpened Iron, with the Thursday class, you know, he made sure everything was consistent, made sure the technical stuff, make sure brothers doing their lesson, to make sure everything ran smooth. So we wanted to pay our tribute to the brother. You know, I know we all got a lot of things going on, but we also want to remind brothers and sisters that we all got a life. And how you deal with your life, we all got 24 hours in a day. How you spend your day is very important. these classes is not a light thing. And the brother made a lot of sacrifice, like we all do as well too. But the class lesson tonight, it was damn near like prophecy to the point of everything the brother was saying in his class last year. We seeing happen even now, even more today. God? We're seeing it happen even now more today. And I just want to show y'all, the brothers and sisters throughout HOI on the Tuesdays and the Thursday classes. We have all the class videos. Everything is there. You can go back to brothers' lessons. And brothers took their time with these lessons. It's not a brothers just put in last seconds, chicken scratch and all of that stuff. Brothers have been studying, going through their notes, edification, researching, looking up links, and taking their time to bring out quality lessons. So, if people saying we don't learn nothing within the body, you a liar. You haven't been taking no notes. You haven't been actually paying attention to your brother that's been teaching in these classes. God?
God.
And, Israel, we got to be honest with ourselves. Hey, I'll do it every once in a while too. We got to be honest, family. Brothers and sisters be having to respect the persons. And whether you know it or not, that's a sin. You can't just want to tune into the class and all of that stuff when certain people is teaching or certain leadership is teaching. You got to give everybody a fair chance as well. This brother made a mighty lesson. And more than half of the people didn't even know about the lesson. And that was a year ago. So you really got to ask yourself, are you really on these classes taking notes? And be honest. Are you really on these classes listening for edification and harping up these wisdoms before it's too late? Because he's a prime example. Nobody never knew he'll be gone within 2 weeks. We thought he'll be taking over the Tuesday and the Thursday class like usual. So you never know. Don't take the brothers that you got here for granted. Don't take the teachers that you got here within your body for granted. Because you never know. That might be the last time you hear them speak or teach. Con?
God.
And appreciate the leaders that you got. Appreciate the teachers you got, man. No camp is perfect. We all got issues and stuff we going through. Trials and tribulations, sacrificing family, loved ones, children, mothers, fathers, spouses. But understand, brothers and sisters, I gotta truly understand. Those that's on these classes, they take time to put these lessons together to edify the sheep. Shamaiyah never thought he'll be gone from last year. That's why I was telling him, we need a part two. We need a part two. And this is bittersweet. Hearing it is bittersweet. So we as a body, we gotta come together, man. And really support each other in these classes and these lessons, man, and keep it communication. We all we got. God?
God.
God,
all praises, God.
God, we all we got. And this is real, man. Do not take what brothers and sisters is here for granted. We must move as a team, must move as a unit, must move as a body. We all we got. And you can't complain, I'm too tired to get on the class and I have a job and all. Listen, we all got a job. We know that. We all got wives and families, and for you sisters got husbands and all of that stuff. We know that. But put the work of the Lord first. That's the priority. Put that first. And build up your spirit, man. Because listen, we might not have these YouTube forever. You're gonna be looking, what? Hey, brother. Hey, sister gonna hey, brother. Well, remember that class last time? I forgot the notes. Can I get that class again? And the YouTube is body. You never know. So we take that with you brothers and sisters, hopefully we take this edification, and there will be more classes. We'll keep that rotation going with the brothers in the camp at HY to bring out some good edification, feed the sheep, go through prophecies, go through the different subjects, current events, and all of this stuff. And we're in camp about what? Self-evaluation, and also what? Character development. And moving the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood. We don't care about all the fancy stuff. We're trying to get into the kingdom of Yahweh Shamaiyah. God?
God.
God.
Live into the land that he promised us. But
So,
Moses replied,
no, let's take this serious, family.
God.
God?
King.
Let me know. And I'll let you know again. I'm gonna tell y'all, like I was telling brothers and sisters throughout the week.
Israelites,
you got a problem, Salaki, you got a problem with being with HY within the house of Israel, the body. You don't feel comfortable being in the body, just let me know, and let the elders know. Just give us a heads up. You don't want to be in the body, just let us know. But if you still in this body, you're gonna give 100%. And we all gonna hold each other accountable together. We're gonna lead by example. We're gonna hold each other accountable. And we expect the brothers and sisters that was on this class, on this Zoom, to still be on the Zoom for the next couple of classes, for the Sabbath class we got coming up, for the Tuesday class we got coming up, the Wednesday with Kasadia, and also the Thursday class. And I don't want to hear no, Slaki, I got the screenshot. We already know who's on the class. Y'all better get y'all notes ready, man. Good.
God. All praises, God.
Good. Let's do it together, family. For our brother Elder Shamaiyah, also for Elder Mishael, and the brothers and sisters that's not here, for the sister Banaf Clubhouse that was holding it down as well too. You never know these people will be gone. So we got to carry that torch. We got to keep pushing. And like I said, everybody that's been tuning on to the classes for the past couple of years, that's been consistent, while people been slacking. You know who you are. You know you can do better. You know that. You know you ain't giving your best effort. For the leadership, for the man and the woman. Let's all lead by example. Let's hold each other accountable. And Most High will see each other again on these classes if it's the will of the Lord. And let's stay together, keep with communication. Let's keep with our notes. Everybody's done. Send me your notes and here and there. I already kept check of attendance, who was able to log in and who was not, and all of that stuff. Let's do this together, family. God?
God.
Anybody, Slaki, I yield the floor. Anybody that want to say anything, I'll yield the floor right now. And then after we done with everybody bringing out what they can or what they want to bring out, then I have a tribute video that we all set up for the brother Shamaiyah. And definitely, trust me, y'all want to tune in for this tribute video. So right now, it's Brother Ariah. I yield the floor for anybody that want to say their piece. Promise y'all.
Okay, Salakia. Yeah, man. Shalom, family. Yabashim Shabrakatah, Washamartha. Can I be heard?
Khan.
Coming through clear?
Khan.
I can hear you. Khan. Go ahead, King.
Okay, Khan. Okay, yeah, I know it's been a rough couple of weeks, family. It's been a rough time. It's always we go through these ups and downs. This time is a little different. It's a little more real. So I just want to make sure I give everybody some consolation and just some some scriptures and a bit of an understanding on what we go through and what we're gonna continue to go through in this walk. And how it's really no different than what our forefathers who were really putting their knees in the mud, putting their feet in the mud and doing this work is no different than what they were going through, right? Apostles, disciples, prophets, all of our brothers and sisters that was doing this work, they were losing fellow brethren and sisters. They were losing fellow brethren and sistren along their journeys and throughout the process of doing this work for the Most High. So if our brothers, our ancestors, our forefathers were taking losses and losing their brothers who they were camping with and who they were doing the work with, and losing people in the process, and they still had to be strong and keep it moving, then we also must do so, and we also must carry on in the same spirit, right? Let's start off in the book of Acts, chapter 6. Let me get Acts chapter 6, start at verse 2. Right? Not dismissing anything that's happened. It's devastating. Most of us have been mourning. We've been in mourning. You know what I'm saying? You only have so much time to mourn. Now, it's time to pick up the pieces and do better than what we were doing, right? This is what Arya is talking about. Throughout these trials and tribulations, we have to show more unity. We're gonna have to try to put our best foot forward to show more unity, right? That's the best way to move forward and do things together. Anybody got that?
This is the book of Acts, chapter 6, and verse 2. Then the 12 called the multitude of disciples unto them and said, It is not reason that we should leave the word of God and serve tables. Verse 3. Wherefore, brethren, look ye out among you 7 men of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom, whom we may appoint over this business.
Right. See, these brothers, these disciples who have been doing the work. Hey, they're raising up other young brothers who are coming up to do the work the same way the elders did to us. A lot of people don't know. Shamaiyah, and Makai, we kind of entered the school around the same time. We kind of entered HOI around the same time. Going to classes, literally actually going to classes physically, not just having to go on Zoom. We had to physically be in attendance, right? And put our work in, starting from scratch. And everybody else has to do the same thing. Read on.
Verse 4. But we will give ourselves continually to prayer and to the ministry of the word. And the saying,
right, go ahead, read on.
God. And the saying pleased the whole multitude. And they chose Stephen, a man full of faith and of the Holy Ghost, and Philip, and Prochorus, and Nicanor, and Timon, and Parmenas, and Nicholas, a proselyte of Antioch.
Right. So certain men who were putting in the work, they were going consistently and doing their thing. They got chosen, right, to move up. They got chosen to move up in rank. And really, it's the spirit of the Most High that chose these people. It wasn't brothers who were above them or anything like that. It's just the work that they were doing that the Most High put the spirit in them to do. Shamaiyah was one of those type of brothers, right? He was one of those type of brothers that was just doing a lot of work, right? And I want you to take notes of Stephen here, right? Stephen, however you want to pronounce it. I want you to take notes of Stephen, right? The works that he was doing became great. Jump down to verse 8.
And Stephen, full of faith and power, did great wonders and miracles among the people.
Right. Stephen was doing such great work. The Lord was giving them spiritual power to even do miracles, right? We have people and brothers amongst us that have done things that are nothing short of miraculous. You may not even know about it. But we have brothers that have done things, accomplished things through their work that is nothing short of miraculous. Read on.
God. Then there arose certain of the synagogue, which is called the synagogue of the Libertines, and Cyrenians, and Alexandrians, and of the Salakia, and of them of Cilicia, and of Asia, disputing Stephen.
Right. So then arose evil spirits, spirits with basically spirits who had an evil suspicion, people who had the spirits that were they would just had the spirits to go against Stephen. Right. How does this relate? Okay. It may be, remember in the book of Job, how all those evil spirits came together to try to oppress Job. And of course, the Most High told Satan that, hey, you can do everything to him, but just don't kill him. These spirits, we have people right now, brothers and sisters who are doing the work, who the Lord might allow Satan to touch and allow them to be afflicted with some type of ailments, pains, right? Job was afflicted with an ailment, right? Physical ailment. And they will go through a lot of torment. And some of them might make it like Job, and some of our brothers might not make it. The way we've been seeing lately, these brothers had physical ailments, right? Um, Satan has something to do with that. The Bible teaches us that, right? Um, for some reason or another, the Lord chooses whether these brothers or sisters still live and are still with us or go on to the spirit world for the Lord's purpose, right? But in this case, the way that they got Stephen was more direct, right? It was more direct. It was not a process of making him sick and what I mean, and then eventually it wasn't a process of him being sick and the spirit eventually leaving his body like our brothers here recently. Now let's go to chapter 7, Acts chapter 7, just to make this point, and jump down to verse 51.
This is the book of Acts, chapter 7, and verse 51. Ye stiff necked and uncircumcised in heart and ears, ye do always resist the Holy Ghost, as your fathers did, so do ye.
Right. So these are these other wicked Israelites or these other wicked spirits, right? Because sometimes they're just wicked spirits that plague some of our brothers and sisters, and not just physical people. In this case, it's physical people, but we're talking about in relation to brothers whom we've recently had to deal with the loss of. We never know how those things came about, but I'm talking in a more spiritual aspect. But I'm reading this, even though we're reading this because even though this is the physical thing, spiritually these things can happen too. Read on.
Verse 52. Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them which shewed before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have been now the betrayers and murderers.
Right. So here's the wise word of Stephen that's cutting these spirits and upsetting these spirits who are physical people. Verse, read on.
Who have received the law by the disposition of angels and have not kept it.
Right.
When they heard,
They didn't like that. He told them they perceived the law, but they received it, but they have not kept it. Read on.
when they heard these things, they were cut to the heart, and they gnashed on him with their teeth.
Right. So a lot of times when we're doing this work, it's spirits that get upset and they want to do something to us about it. It's spirits that get upset about the work that you're doing, right? And if you're not girded up, or if it's just it could be your time, the Most High could allow these spirits to do what they do. But if you're girded up, and it's not your time, nothing to worry about, right? But this is just what happens. These spirits, these people, they gnashed with their teeth. They were basically pissed off. What does it say? Read on.
Verse 55. But he, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly into heaven and saw the glory of Yahweh and Yahushai standing on the right hand of Yahweh.
Read on.
And said,
No, read on.
Said, Behold, I see the heavens open, and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God.
Read.
Then they cried out with a loud voice, and stopped their ears, and ran upon him with one accord, and cast him out of the city, and stoned him. And the witnesses laid down their clothes at a young man's feet, whose name was Saul. And they stoned Stephen, calling upon God and saying, Lord, Salakia, let me read that again. And they stoned Stephen, calling upon God and saying, Lord Jesus, receive my spirit.
Right, right. So these other brothers and sisters, like Paul, had to witness a sincere brother being stoned to death. Uh, we haven't had to witness anything as horrific as of yet, but we are losing brothers and sisters in this truth, and it's just a part of everything. It's just a part of this work. Um, so basically, you know, we're if our forefathers have had to deal with this, we're going to have to deal with this. We are dealing with this, and we have to, you know, stay steadfast, examine ourselves, and become better and more united as a body. Um, we have to, we just have to do what we need to do to pick up the pieces, move forward, and move forward with strength, with strength, not a little, not weak. You know what I'm saying? Not inching, not crying, not being weak. Not right. We have to stand strong as our brothers would want us to do, and as our sisters who are following would want us to do. Right. So a couple scriptures for consolation, and you know, and that's gonna be that. Let's start out with Isaiah 57 and 1. Isaiah 57 and 1.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 57, starting at verse 1. The righteous perisheth, and no man layeth it to heart. And merciful men are taken away, none considering that the righteous is taken away from the evil to come.
Right. So I know we've taken some major losses recently. But the Bible right here tells us, the Lord says, right, that sometimes the righteous are taken away from the evil to come. Right. There's gonna be a lot more evil to come and a lot more to endure. The Lord has his plans on what he's gonna do with our brethren, with our sisters. Hopefully we see them in the kingdom as newborn babes, or we get the spiritual power to raise them back up, or you know, the most high does something very beautiful where we get to see our brothers and our sisters again, right? Um, let's go to Second Corinthians chapter 1, start at verse 3. The book of Second Corinthians chapter 1, starting at verse 3.
This is the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 1 and verse 3. Blessed be God, even the Father of our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach, the Father of miracles, and the God of all comfort, who comforteth us in all our tribulations, that we may be able to comfort them which are in any trouble, by the comfort wherewith we ourselves are comforted of Yahweh.
Read on.
Verse 5. For as the sufferings of Christ abound in us, so our consolation also aboundeth by Christ.
Right. Our prize, our consolation, right, comes through Yahushua. Read on.
And whether we be afflicted, it is for your consolation and salvation, which is effectual in the enduring of the same suffering which we also suffer, or
Right.
whether we be
So you're gonna be afflicted, but it's for your own good. Read on.
comforted, it is for your consolation and salvation.
Right. It's for your salvation. It's for your own comfort. It may not seem like the tribulation. The tribulation may not feel comfortable, but it's you proving yourself so that you can have comfort later, so the Lord can see that you're proven. Read on.
Verse 7. And our hope of you is steadfast, knowing that ye are partakers of the sufferings, so shall ye be also of the consolation.
Right. So all the mourning that you're doing, right? All the suffering that you're doing, everything that you're going through, all of the tribulation that you're going through, is so that you could take part of the consolation, so that you can get the prize. What is the prize? Making it into the kingdom, being one of the 144,000 of the remnant, right? Being a chosen servant, right? The consolation, right? All of this is for your consolation. It don't feel good all the time, right? This tribulation, it don't feel good. The affliction, it don't feel good, but it's for your prize, right? Uh, let's go to First Thessalonians chapter 4, start at verse 14. First Thessalonians chapter 4, start at 14.
This is the book of First Thessalonians, chapter 4, and verse 14. For if we believe that Yahushua died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Yahushua will Yahweh bring with him. For
So our
this way,
brothers might be asleep. Our brothers might be asleep, but the Lord has other plans. He's going to bring them with him. Read on.
for this we say unto you by the word of Yahweh, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep.
All right. Read on.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first.
Right. Our brothers who passed, they're gonna rise first during the when Christ returns, right? When he rises up, all these people that died in Christ, we hopefully, if we make it on those chariots with our eyes still open, we'll be able to see our brothers and sisters even then. So there's different situations where our brothers and sisters spirits may get a chance to rise. Many different scenarios,
Verse 17. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together to be with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord.
Right. So this is what we're looking for. We're looking to forever be with the Lord, and hopefully the Lord allows all of our eyes to see that day, where we can see our brothers and sisters again, and even if it's not at this exact time, just another time. But with that, I yield. Shalom.
Calm. Beautiful scriptures, King. Hopefully, brothers and sisters have taken notes with the scripture that Shai was bringing out from Captain of HOI Memphis, and just to build our spirit up as well too. We must endure. We must continue to stand strong. And like he was saying as well, unity is very important. And it's sad to say, the only time with our culture that people come together is either with a marriage or a funeral. You know? But we got to be unified in the spirit of how about Shamaiyah. And like you said, you know, in the times that we in, there's a lot of trials and tribulations we're going to be going through, but we're only stronger together. We are only stronger together. Anybody else want to bring out a point before we close out? I have a tribute video for the brother Shamaiyah, and then we can close out, family. So if anybody else want to bring out a statement or a point, I yield. Okay, Khan, we good? Khan?
God.
Okay, God. All right, so let me play this tribute video, and then we can close the live and everything. Play this tribute video. Y'all see the screen?
God.
Khan?
God.
Okay, Khan. So this is a video. You know, we done a little quick video for the brother Shamaiyah. You know, just to give a shout out to the brother, man. Love the brother, the works he's done. You know, truly a man of God, and his works, Most High will follow him to the kingdom of heaven. And you know, led by example. You know, let's definitely follow in that example. Mighty edification for the brother. Beautiful job for the brothers and sisters on the classes, and Most High will continue to see y'all more, and looking forward to it. Beautiful breakdown, brother Shai as well too, Captain H.R. So it's the video for the brother Shamaiyah. So just.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Damn, who knew? All the planes we flew, good things we've been through. That I'll be standing right here talking to you about another path. I know we love to hit the road and laugh, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Had to switch up, look at things different, see the bigger picture. Those were the days, hard work forever pays. Now I see you in a better place. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I would do, you were standing there by my side, and now you gon' be with me for the last ride.
Really spent some quality time with my brother before the Lord took him. You know, so follow that voice. And like Christ said, don't forget to visit the sick, because when you have done it unto them, you have done it unto me. So when you visit the sick, it's like you visit the Lord. You're doing a charitable work before the eyes of the Most High power and His Son. All right, so for the sake of time, what I would like everybody to do is, once you get home tonight or whatever, go to the Lord's Prayer and have some one-on-one time with Kevin Ministry, because I remember that one-on-one time the Lord gave me.
First you both go out your way and the vibe is feeling strong. It was small, turn to a friendship turn to a bond, and that bond will never be broken. The love will never get lost.
Be there for each other. Someone's sick, the Lord can heal.
come first and the line will never be crossed.
Let's be there for each other.
When that line had to be drawn, and that line is what we reach. So
may our brother Shamaiyah Kevin rise again, and we see him in the Father's kingdom. And everybody go home, say the Lord's Prayer by yourself, and have a wonderful time.
And now you gon' be with me for the last one.
Your way, yeah. Hold every memory as you go, and every road you take will always lead you home.
To a man that liveth at rest in his possessions, unto the man that hath nothing to vex him, and have prosperity
without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Hum Yashala, Hum Yashala, Hum Yahweh, Hum Yahweh, Hum Yahushua, Hum Yahushua, Hum Shamaiyah, Hum Shamaiyah.
Out your way and the vibe is feeling stronger. What's small turn to a friendship turn to a bond, and that bond will never be broken. The love will never get lost. Brotherhood come first, and the line will never be established it on our own. When that line had to be drawn, and that line is what we reach. So remember me when I'm gone. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side. And now you gon' be with me for the last one.
Let the light guide your way, yeah. Hold every memory as you go, and every road you take will always lead you. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
So, yeah, family. Praise Yahweh about Shimon Shah. Just want to do a little tribute for the brother Shamaiyah. Let's keep pushing forward, family. God.
Man, y'all about to make a grown man cry with that video, boy. That touched me right there.
God, King.
Salakia.
Go ahead, King.
We do not own the rights to that song. Fair use act, fair use act. You know what I mean? Because you know how they get down. But also I want to share. Everybody had a dream about Shamaiyah about 2 nights ago, or the night before rather, and it was him on a chariot. He was wearing a garment, and he was already tall, kind of tall, but he was much taller than I remember him. You know what I mean? I was looking kind of up at him from, maybe like midsection up, like he was kind of like towering. So just wanted to share that with everybody. And the one thing I want to say about Shamaiyah, you know what I'm saying? A lot of you could, talk about the positive things he did for days. But one thing that sticks in my mind is, I was going to the doctor and the doctor said, you're close, your sugar is close to diabetes level. And, Shemaiah hit me up. I was talking to him, told him about it. He's like, all right, let's do a juice fast. Did a juice fast and I don't know, I lost like 15 pounds or something, almost like 20 pounds. And when I went into the doctor to see him next, he's like, yo, what did you do? No medication and stuff like that. And I wasn't, it's a point where diabetes is like, they say you get a certain type, it's like you have to be on medication or stuff like that. I wasn't there, but you know, the doctor said next time you come in, if it's not where it needs to be, you got to take this thing seriously and to get on medication and everything. So with that juice fast, all my numbers went down, and you know what I mean. So it's not too many people you can like, say they helped you beat diabetes. You know what I mean? So that's what type of brother Shemaiah was, and he's not going to go around putting everything on social media. I helped her. Somebody did this. I helped somebody did that. It was just natural for him. You know what I'm saying? So it is undoubtedly that he's with the Creator now, and you know that he fought the good fight. Kwam Yashala, Kwam Shemaiah. All praises. And I land.
Praise family. Khan, beautiful testimony.
Lucky.
Khan, go ahead, King.
Shalom to everybody. Just a quick point on what Philly Oracle was speaking on. Shemaiah understood parasitic infections and when it comes to diabetes, understanding your glucose levels and how the lymphatic system works, along with your kidneys and your liver, how it flushes out all of the unpurified waste and toxins in your body. We tend to think that when we get those symptoms of your sugar spiking and all of that, that those are illnesses. No, that's what Esau has tricked us into thinking. If you listen to Shemaiah when he speak, he had a way of understanding and being able to articulate the subtle trickeries of Esau when it come to playing mind tricks on our people and understanding the body. Like, we didn't even know that the brother was a doctor. You know what I'm saying? So it's like finding that out, we can understand where a lot of this knowledge is coming from that the Most High allowed him to have. And the brother was very, very humble with that. So he was able to give you that information because he understands how the biological system works in regards to the lymphatic system, opening up your NRF2 pathways to allow for that lymphatic fluid to push through those pathways, and as it passes by the toxic cells, it pulls the toxicity away from those cells and pushes it out through the body. And doing that, the best way to do it is, especially with a diabetic, or someone that's like diabetic type 1, it's a deficiency of the glucose. The pancreas creating the glucose, but when you spiking, you go on that fruit diet of all liquids, and you kind of aid it in that help. So he was able to help you with that. All praises. Because that's something that plagues the hell out of our people, man, due to all of the processed foods and things that we eat. But I just want to do a quick prayer for all the Akim, man. This is a prayer for the Akim in the Paleo Hebrew. Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Izar Nayah, Wa, Akim, Yakal, Lanatazak, Wa Shamar, Mayash, Laquatazah. And what it says is, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, help me and the brothers endure, overcome, and keep thy works to the end. And I land on that.
The Water King. Beautiful prayer, man. Anybody else before we close out the class? And we will be getting into lessons as well on health. We'll be dealing with different topics as well. Like I said, we as a body, we try to self-improve as a body, and, self-evaluation, self-correction, and also character development, mentally, physically, and spiritually as well too. Yeah, we got to strengthen ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. It's not just a one-sided thing. So we got to attack all angles. So once again, family, anybody else with any comments before we close out the class? And just want to say to for brothers and sisters able to tune in. And like we say, Kwam Shamaiyah, Kwam Yasharala, Kwam Yahweh Shai. And this is just a start, family. So we're only stronger together. And we got a lot of work to do as well. Khan? So if nobody got anything to say, all praise to how about Shimon was shy. Hopefully brothers and sisters was edified. Keep you up to date. Definitely send me the notes. And Kasai, you could shut down the live, King.